Hello, everybody. Oh, my goodness. Hey, awesome Stella. My desk is a fucking mess right now. I am sorry. I completely missed the last couple days. Goddamn. So the video, I've talked about it a little bit. I've been kind of radio silent on it because I've just been working on it. The video on the suffering ties that bind. Or as the video will be titled, the PlayStation 2 horror game about slavery, has taken up so much of my fucking time and energy. I wanted to have it out by now to for a sponsor that did not come together because I worked like 8 hours yesterday on it. I got up at 6 today and was trying to have it done by 2. That didn't happen. The advertisers didn't get back to me. It's the weekend, and it is almost fucking certainly going to trip YouTube's auto, like their violence stuff that, like, I know a lot of people when they do videos about Mortal Kombat or other violent games that are like really bloody and gory, YouTube freaks out about that. And that's most of the, even though it is a fucking PS2 game, it is still graphically violent constantly. And it's a video talking about a lot of stuff. So, hey, I just so y'all know, I have another feature-length banger coming your way probably early next week. Did they get them? I believe they got the people who were responsible. Meredith Navin, thank you very much for $5. Also, I'm sorry, I saw you got unsubscribed. I don't know what the hell happened there. Hey, DD, this time it's a good joke. I built an igloo to live in, and my friends decided to throw a housewarming party. I'm homeless now. That's very cute. Oh. All right, we got all YouTube. We got some Twitch. Is everybody okay over on Twitch? Could I have somebody from Twitch say something in chat? Real NIFB parody. Glad to see you're alive and well, DD. I'm tired. I've been yeah, I needed to. Okay, perfect. Y'all are. I'm seeing y'all come through. I've needed to take. I just need to take time. I want to sit down, and I have coming back from hanging out with Mia in Seattle. I have so many ideas for like screenplays I want to start. I have one idea for a screenplay I want to shoot this summer here. Or I have a screenplay. I've already started writing it. I've already started getting like costumes and stuff together. Because what I want to do is something that is much like I did with my one video game. I want like the first film or movie or whatever. I never got to go to film school. I never had like a film school project. I never had that. So I kind of just want a very surreal, weird thing to get that out of my system. And then just release it for free on YouTube. And so that's kind of my hope for the end of the year is that I will have a film out on YouTube. And I am trying to get the wheels turning on that, and it's very frustrating that I haven't been able to literally find time because every spare moment. So this last week was also another frustrating thing because it wasn't YouTube's fault, but YouTube fucked up where they were supposed to send my money for the month, and so that took several hours out of a day to go and fix. But yeah, anyway, sorry, I'm just bitching right now for the sake of bitching. Do the shooters not know you need to run straight for the boss battle and not meddle with the minions? They waste time and are surprisingly difficult if you got their attention. No, it really is like it's very much it reminds me of Dark Souls 2, what you just said, where it's like, okay, no, I know where I need to go and I need to form the boss strategy there, but you don't Like you learn the patterns and you run past the jobbers. Like that's the way you do it. I feel many Miyazaki games have taught us this. Beyond Doggo, for an authentic film school experience, your first project should be a 1 minute long silent film. I actually have one of those already. Yeah, I had a digital media class in my brief community college stint that I did make a like 2 minute long video. Yeah, you're good, Awesome Stella. Go ahead if you want to post up your link. I was gone for 2 days. What happened? Honestly, not much. I've just been I talked about it at the opening. I've just been keeping my head down and working on this fucking video that I'm hoping does really well, because if it's like everything else I do, it's kind of not really like other stuff that I've done, which I'm starting to think is a bad tactic for growth, being inconsistent in the style and tone, because I constantly want to explore and fuck around. Am I going on Noah's live stream? No. I just kind of figured that, maybe we'll talk about it. That's kind of what I figured. Well, we'll talk about Noah's live stream. But yeah, give me a second. I'm looking. Oh, fucking yeah, Jake Lang. Hell yeah. There we go. Jake Lang, we talked about we talked about Jake Lang last time. White House shooting. Yeah, there was a shooting at the White House today. I love your movie reviews. Thank you, Daniel Fox. Valerie the Lovely Italian, I'm kind of peeved he had BE on, but IDK. Well, so yeah, look, no, we haven't even talked about the pin the YouTube comment. Yes. Ah. Oh no. There we go. All right, give me 1 second. I hate that. All right. There we go. All right. Yes, here you go. Pin message. Alrighty, message is pinned, Stella. Any more What the Fuck Now episodes coming out? No, that is infinite hiatus. Yeah, no, Xenagrels, it was more of a... I know why Noah had BE come on, because BE wanted to shit talk, as he has been more and more lately. I have been on the receiving end of this. And it was actually really nice and refreshing for somebody as qualified and visible as FD Signifier to not do the thing that a lot of other content creators do, which is just ignore him and instead take him on head first and most importantly, in a place that Bad Banana is not in full control, that it is not his arena full of his baying fucking sycophants. Nutter Butters are pretty good. Jake Lang got mouthy at Chud the Builder's hearing, and the judge locked his ass up. Well, so it's been Insulin Shocker 487. I am selfishly hoping a little bit that the amount of people seeing BE make an ass of himself, calling FD Signifier a Jewish supremacist, a Zionist goy slave, or whatever other fucking Nazi terminology he wants to use. I am hoping it, like, wakes people up a little bit to how antisocial he actually fucking is. Because a lot of people are looking at FD and going, FD, like, everybody knows that, no, he's not a fucking Zionist. And I'm really hoping, I'm really hoping that we, I don't know. I forgot, I was reading something in chat and my goddamn train of thought just went off the, he's, wait, fresh out of the asylum. He's still in Noah's chat right now? Dude, I read about him being on stream like 5 hours ago. What the fuck are you talking about? He's still in chat. Andromeda, I love that. I have no idea who Chud the Builder is. Blessings upon you, honestly. Meredith Navin, thank you for $5. Fun science fact. Scientists use mRNA to target a protein on malaria in the mosquito gut to stop it from developing and transmitting to humans. Fuck yeah. That doesn't sound... I'm willing to bet probably not American scientists. I feel like we're not on that grind set, on that tip right now. Yup, I just peeked in there. I want to say, and I'm not going to make it a like whole thing, but I in the last week really did try and reach out to Bad Banana because he sent me a email threatening me, basically, out of nowhere. He called me out and he made a video a couple months ago on shit that I had in the past said poorly and tried to make it seem as though I still think that way, or I would still phrase things that way, or I haven't learned, haven't educated myself. We've talked about all this shit before. But he sent me an email out of nowhere, basically saying that he was going to give me a panic attack, in so many ways, trying to scare... I don't know what his goal was, outside of just poking. And he and I, reparteed a little bit on Twitter over those couple of days. You probably have seen, he's been crashing out because he said that... Oh, no. He said that political art, is basically worthless. Which is... A lot of people were like, no. And so I tried to have a rational conversation with him in DMs. And he continued to try and push it to, like, literally every other DM. I was like, nope, if you want to talk, we can DM. We can talk person to person. If you want to get on video chat, we can do that person to person. But what he wanted to do was constantly just stream. He kept asking me, hey, get on stream right now, get on stream. And I'm like, no, I don't fucking go by your schedule. I am not going to go on your stream so you can monetize trying to ambush me. Like, I get how it works. And I would say that for like a little while, we were actually having an okay I thought we were having an okay conversation. And I even let him know. I was like, hey, you know what? I actually enjoyed a little bit talking to you person to person. It's nice when we're not fucking throwing insults back and forth. And I even said something to the effect of, I don't have it right in front of me, but I did message him saying something to the effect of, I'm genuine. I would like some, reading recommendations. If you have stuff that you want to educate people with, I genuinely, just for me, I'm always willing to learn. And he never got back to me on that. Instead, he just launched into, the next day, another tirade about how I supported Boots Riley because I had thrown out some offhanded remark about the controversy that he and Boots Riley had. And he extrapolated from that I... like, all this other stuff. And it was just like this... it was very disappointing because I do try and reach out, and I do think that like he can do really good work, but he doesn't turn it off. And I don't mean being an advocate or being politically active. I mean he doesn't turn off his fucking ego, and that's really I think the problem, and I think that's what led him to today. Mm-hmm. Do. Do you know New York and Minnesota are twin states? New York is where the Big Apple is. Minnesota is where Minneapolis is. I'm trying to find out if there's a pun there or if they're just twin states. Jackie says, thank you for $5. And we hear seen Chud. Yes. Humanoid underground dweller. What's the first word? Humanoid underground dweller. It's a horror movie from the 80s, I believe. Yeah. Chud makes a pretty good double feature with Street Trash. Minneapolis, I get. Aha. Okay, there you go. There you go. Thank you, Nessie the Bessie. Terran Ambassador, no. We've just been shooting the shit a little bit. Cannibalistic humanoid. There you go. There you go. Minneapolis. Gotcha. Gotcha. Yeah, Amadur, that is like, you are correct. That is his problem, but it is also, yeah, I don't want to fucking relitigate that. That's not my fight, and it's exhausting. It's exhausting constantly trying to talk and engage with somebody in good faith, especially if you've appreciated their work in the past, and at every turn they take the most bad faith interpretation of the things you say or the intent behind what you're doing. And like that shit, few things piss me off more than people who think they know or assume why I would do something, and really they're just inserting their own narrative there. Hey, Banana Brains. Anywho. Let's see. Did we so one of the things today, we didn't look at it on the last stream even though I wanted to. If Bad Empanada is a leftist, why are most of his videos on attacking other leftists? That's I see you've discovered the Bad Empanada problem, which is that he is terminally online, and like a lot of other people have said it, but his problem is that he is the only one who thinks that, like, he thinks he is the only one who's the correct leftist in any way. So yeah, one of the other things that happened today, a lot going on in the left spaces. Noah Samsen's, stream where he's raising money because he's getting sued by fucking Ethan Klein. Just scumfuckery upon scumfuckery. Meredith Navin, thank you very much for $10. Another fun science fact: a bacteria called Edenella sacchiensis. Edenella sacchiensis degrades PET plastic. I heard about this. I did hear about this. Plastic using two enzymes, PETase and MHETase. ACE. Sorry, that's how they say it. Petase and metase. Scientists chained them together and drastically sped up the reaction. I did see that. Yeah, I haven't watched this. I've only seen through clips, but I do love. I think Ashley St. Clair, I don't know how, quote unquote genuine her arc is, but she seems like somebody who is properly disengaged and disillusioned with the right wing in America. And I don't know how genuine she is, or certainly how reliable she is as any kind of leftist, and I don't really trust her as one. But I think there is something to be said, obviously, for people being allowed to learn, being allowed to turn away from their former lives if they so choose, if they can prove that they're up to the task. And so I think a lot of people calling her a grifter and all this stuff, I don't really see that. What I think she probably more accurately is, and I don't think she has, maybe she does have designs on being a um, content creator far into the future, but I think probably more likely is that she's just burning all her bridges. Like she has no like who the fuck in the conservative movement does Ashley St. Clair care about keeping happy? Like she is, I think she's kind of acting like a more positive incarnation of somebody like Milo, where she has all this goss. She has all this shit that she knows from behind the scenes. All these people who are so incredibly paranoid and careful about their public image and how they want to be seen, and all of these, people like Hegseth and Kash Patel and Jake Lang, who we just saw, and Laura Loomer, and who's that, Benny Johnson, and all these fuckos. They are so paranoid that they will look uncool or unmasculine or whatever. And there's a little bit of catharsis, I think, there. Um oh, thank you very much. I know DD streams are pretty heavy. I'm going to try. I'm going to really try. I do think it's low-key funny because of the, I was talking a little bit earlier about the video I've been working on all week, which I'm hoping will come out. It really more depends on YouTube system at this point. The video is done. I just need to make sure it doesn't trigger any alarms on YouTube's like ad revenue stuff. So, yeah, it'll be an hour and a half. So y'all have another highly edited, researched, feature-length video coming your way. If you're on the Patreon, I'm going to be uploading the first part of it, the first I think it's closer to 17 minutes. First 17 minutes or so later tonight, so keep an eye on that. But I think the full video will be up on Monday. Again, it is low-key funny that this project started as a way for me to be like, you know what, hey, I kind of want to do like almost a Sphere Hunter or a Jacob Geller style, like look at this video game or look at this movie or look at this book, and let's just talk about it, like just this one piece of art. And it turned into something that was unexpectedly extremely heavy. Like, I think it'll be a really good video, but it's, I don't know, it's dealing with topics like slavery and drug addiction and inner city violence and, everything from redlining to the war on drugs. Like, it's a heavy piece. And so it's just like, damn, even when I try to do something where I'm like, okay, this will be a little bit lighter, I'm just looking at like a PlayStation 2 game, I find a way to fuck it up. I really do. I find a way to make something that is just like dark and depressing. Ugh. See the vid posted in mod chat? I did not. Give me 1 second. KB Draws, thank you very much for $2. In case Google is a turd about money. Which mod? Oh, resources. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Spooky, thank you for subscribing. Meredith Navin, 1358. DD, someone looked into a community that tickles each other and it turned really dark. And see, that's the thing. I would love. Okay, I do actually have a best insider trader. You should take a vacation. I should. Well, no, I didn't. I was going to be like, oh, I just did. I just went to Seattle, but that was nonstop walking activity, and I was there to help a friend shoot footage. So, not really. I can't take a vacation. I can't take a vacation. I can't even really take weekends off at this point. Hello, Squid Tips. Yeah, Chud the Builder.
All right, for the record, Mr. Eathley's now in the courtroom with justice. All right, take him into custody. I told you, sir, you did not have a speaking role today, and you decided.
The judge was not fucking playing, you stupid bitch. Look at his face. You stupid fuck. God. Oh, you love to see it. You love to see it. Moi? Hello? Can people hear me? On vid? Oh, is there no... Oh, okay, it's super low. All right, sorry. There we go. Who the fuck is this? This is Jake Lang. So if you've been keeping up with things like the protests in Minneapolis and the shit with with Nick Shirley, hi guys, Minneapolis protesters, Minneapolis fraud, like that dipshit. You remember the guy who's saying that Somalians were running daycare that they were basically fucking kingpins of? Yeah. So if you remember that, Jake Lang is a open white supremacist. He's a Nazi. He's explicitly a Nazi. He does Hitler shit. He does the whole fucking bit. And he is one motherfucker who continues to run his mouth constantly and will simply not shut the fuck up. And for some reason is still just freely roaming the streets. On our last stream, we watched him openly threaten to burn down mosques in Texas. Like he is a actual, genuine, sociopathic threat of a human being. He is also a pedophile. Yes, he did get in trouble for trying to literally meet up with a fucking minor. I don't know why. Like, he solicited a 15-year-old. I do not know why he is out at all. And yeah, he was at January 6th.
However, anybody on that side of the bar does not have a speaking role in any of these proceedings today. There's not going to be any hoopla or shenanigans from the gallery. You're going to be removed, and I'll talk about that in a second. All right, for the record, Mr.
Oh, he was the goat guy? God.
Please now in the courtroom with...
Good. Like, good. Fuck. It would be so funny if of all the things to finally get him to do some amount of time would be him fucking interrupting the trial of Chud the Builder. Explains the body armor. No, he just wears that. He just wears that because he thinks it looks cool. That's it. I do. They literally fucking... He pulled a Tommy Lee Jones on him. That's what he did. I cannot sanction your buffoonery. We do have another fun story. So yeah, I'm trying to do more of a fun stream today. We'll see how it goes. Evelyn, hey DD, thanks for streaming. Thank you for being here. Give me 1 second, and I will be right back. Is Chud the Builder a streamer? Insects Appeal, he is, first off, Insects Appeal is very fun. Well, I also, okay, so Wild Antic, DD trying to do a fun stream pulls up the worst dregs of society to expose to sunlight. I think I need maybe the audience to help me out a little bit here, because I don't know what, I don't watch streamers, right? I don't watch streamers. I barely watch YouTubers anymore. I spend most of my free time, if I'm not reading, watching movies, like old movies and shit. I've been on a Takashi Miike kick lately. I rewatched Ichi the Killer, still fucking whips. Yeah. But I don't like when I look through, because I've watched a lot of streams from people, you know, whether it's Matt Walsh, Synthetic Band, Destiny, whoever. I've watched a lot of streams of people that I have been studying or doing deep dives on. And that's a little bit different, I feel, because to me, that, I don't know, it looks boring as shit. Like, I don't think I'm interesting enough that people would want to watch me just, like, play through a fucking game or something, right? But maybe I need to do that more. He was a streamer. Yeah, like, I care not about Chud the Builder outside of the fact that he's a racist piece of shit who is getting the comeuppance. Well, he's not quite yet getting the comeuppance he deserves, but man, I hope he does. Karen L, I've literally asked on multiple occasions to see you play through multiple games. I know. I know. I don't know. I need to just do that more. Can we give a shout out to how hot that judge was in the clavicular court case? You got a bigger audience now. I'd love to see you stream a bunch of obscure old games. Well, and I have, so like today I have the Xbox hooked up because I do still want to watch. We did not watch yet MLYP's video, A Brief History of 4chan, which so that's why I had it set low. I'm just waiting for all the reactions to come through chat now. I'm sorry, everybody. Yep, there it goes. There they come. If it's any consolation, it was just as loud for me. All the headphone users are now deaf. You know what, guys? That's on me. That's on me. I'm sorry. Rip ear havers. No, that was just the Xbox sound effect. I know it was turned up way too loud. Really quick, this is a fun story that came across my feed today. A Taiwan-born, I don't know why, well, I know why the New York Post is saying that. Racism. A Taiwan-born Michigan State representative wore caked on MAGA makeup and scarfed down a Big Mac in an appalling TikTok video mocking President Trump, his supporters, and Erica Kirk, the widow of assassinated conservative activist Charlie Kirk. Representative Mahjong, that's why. Taiwan-born, they're trying to associate her in their dumbass audience with being, well, not even Chinese. Sparked outrage with her offensive, quote unquote. Look, this, if this is as offensive as it got, they got off fucking easy. They got off easy. What do you mean? What do you mean offensive portrayal of Trump supporters as dumb and intolerant? First, I put on my Team USA shirt because I want everyone to know I'm proud to be an American, she sarcastically narrated in the Monday video. Oh, okay, go off, Queen. Go off, Queen.
shirt because I want everyone to know I'm proud to be an American. I do my MAGA makeup. I'm going for the Christine No meets Erica Kirk look. Like I just didn't get fired and I'm mourning the loss of my loved one. Then I...
Okay, first off, she looks so much better. Like, you know when somebody doesn't actually do that shitty makeup look because she still manages to make herself look better than they do.
practice my English in front of the mirror. I love my country. USA, not Chinese, not Japanese, American. And I do the most American thing. What does Trump usually get? Big Mac with large fries and a Diet Coke?
That's so fucking funny that she actually got somebody. Man, one thing I will say, getting younger and younger representatives in, we're going to get some funny motherfuckers. We're going to get some funny people. None of this Pete Hegseth, like, oh yeah, no, we need to, Pete Hegseth and RFK Jr. doing the fucking push-up context being like, yeah, we're going to go viral because the kids really like watching short-form content. None of that bullshit. We're going to get people like this who understand the format. They were raised in it. They were molded by it and are able to bend it to their whims. Because this, good shit. Good shit. Rise again, 8:45. I'm so appalled by this, you don't even know. I'm assuming that's a joke.
I love this American food. Then I come home and water my lawn. I don't know where the water comes from. I just turn the hose on and there's like no shortage of water. I gotta make sure that my lawn looks better than my neighbors. Otherwise, they're gonna call the city on me. That was a lot of work. So now I'm just sitting on my front porch staring down my immigrant neighbors. And then I noticed something suspicious.
That's so fucking great. Her doing whiteface, that's fucking like she really does. She nailed that Kristi Noem look. When you go back, I was like, oh my God. Like here,
immigrant neighbors, and then I
look at that shit, dude. Nope, where was it? Here we go. That shit is dead on, dude. That shit is dead on. Look at that. Look at that. 1-1. That's crazy. Oof. That's incredible. Goblin Culinarian, thank you for 50 bits. I'm going for the Kristi Noem look, which means I'm going for the vibe of I smell like vodka and Prozac wrapped in Temu Chanel. Oh, man. I hate how stupid it looks.
Noticed something suspicious. I call ICE because there's a suspicious black SUV parked down the street. Finally, it's time for some Fox News at 5. I check my credit card bills and I laugh. I can't wait to get my Doge and tariff refund check so I can get back on track with my bills. It's not that serious. Like, get over it, you libtards. He didn't really mean it when he said, open up the fucking straits or the entire civilization is going to die. Then
oh, man. Media Breakdown, thank you for 409. You can always stream with a guest. I recommend Ray's Hella Fantastic FPS 3PS, where woodland creatures fight back against oppression. It's co-op. Ray's Hells. Or Ray's Hell. Okay, I gotcha. Ray's Hell. Why does that sound familiar?
I rage comment on every dumb, Democrat, libtard, brainwashed
Well, and Ko and I want to stream more. I just like Sunday has kind of become loosely a time for me to like chill out a little bit.
CCP Marxist cockroach lunatics post. I look at some AI generated stuff that Donald Trump posted and I laugh my butt off. Like, geez, it's not that serious. Like, get over it, you libtards. Maka was not happy I wore my traditional Hmong garb to work to celebrate my cultural heritage. So today I'm gonna wear.
That's oof. Oof. Wild Antic, you need at least one day a week where you can chill, otherwise you go insane. Yeah. Yeah, that would be crazy. Luke Willoughby, I saw Obsession and would recommend, in my humble opinion. So Obsession is going to be in theaters for a little while. That thing is fucking catching wildfire. I would say I'm not going to talk shit about it because I know people like it. I get it. I don't agree, but I get it. If you can go see Is God Is right now, fucking incredible banger. Incredible banger. Uncle Tony, I'm having a terrible day, so I'm going to leave now. Have a good stream. I'm sorry to hear that, Uncle Tony. I hope you have a better day. What a time to be alive. I need to set aside time to letterboxed again. Have you seen again, Wild Antic? I saw Grogu. I like it. Couldn't be me. Couldn't be me. Ooh, I'm not. Ooh, I ain't. Nope. You cannot catch me at a fucking. Did I listen to the Blady album? I have not. Frog Song Person, thank you for 14 months. Well, Media Breakdown raises hell. It sounds so fucking familiar. Oh yeah, and I do need to see I Love Boosters too. Yeah, there was another shooting outside the White House. Let's dig into that. I feel like we've stepped around it enough. Well, you know what? No, more people are still filtering in. Let's watch the Ashley St. Clair clips from Hassan's stream. Oh my God! This is the Okay, so I don't remember what it was, but I was joking with Koa recently about clown something, and it was I portmanteaued it into a word. And I say that because I don't know why, but I almost did the exact same thing with clown and loomer, and I almost said this is that one Klumer clip. And I need to share that. I need to speak my truth with everybody. Okay? This is that one Klumer clip where she is hitting on somebody who is A, much younger, B, visibly uncomfortable, C, notably not nearly as fucking plastered as she is. Coleote, Laura Loomer, look. If there is one thing I will take, I love that Laura Loomer dog food is her third fucking result on Google. Wait, no, where was it? Laura Loomer. It was there a second ago. Oh wait. Huh. Okay, maybe not. I thought that was right there. Klumer the Loomer. Delante Mays 3277. Yovesp, what do you think of Obsession? I thought it was fine. I thought it was. I'll be real. I didn't like it that much. Not because of any more because of personal opinion than any issue with the actual craft of making it. I think it didn't go hard enough. I think it pulled a lot of its fucking punches, and I think literally every character was literally every character was both paper thin and unlikable. Like it does the thing that I'm so fucking tired of doing, movies doing in the shadow of Ari Aster, where they're just like, well, it's a horror movie, so we're just gonna put a woman through every form of dehumanization and breaking down of self, and isn't it scary that we don't really resolve it at the end, and we just leave them like either dead or a broken shell of their former self? And it's like, I mean, like, this is people get treated like shit like this every day. It's not like a new observation. I think the thing that is, I'm trying not to let it negatively polarize me against Obsession, is the way people are treating it like it's the first fucking movie they've ever seen. I have never seen, maybe Hereditary, when people lost their fucking shit over that, but I have never seen so many people. I don't know if it like went viral on TikTok. I don't know if it was like, I don't know if it's caught on with a weird Gen Z audience, or like, I don't know what it is. But the people who are talking about these characters as though they are like real people, and also the elements of filmmaking as though they are unparalleled aspects of the craft that have never been seen before. Like, people talking about, oh my gosh, the way they use darkness, I've never seen anything like that. And I'm like, dude, I just fucking watched Tony Scott's The Hunger. If you want to talk to me about like using light and dark, go watch that, right? Like, go watch that. And that was just one movie I happened to like offhandedly throw on that I was fucking gobsmacked by the lighting for. If you haven't seen it, The Hunger, oh, so goddamn good. Susan Sarandon, incredible. But you know, it was just one of those like things where it's like, I just watched this completely random movie from the 80s that is, you know, like a bunch of other movies that I watch all the time. It just feels like if you're out here effusively praising it to the degree I'm seeing, like, just watch more movies. Like, and not even in a way of like, people get a little mean with that, where they're like, oh, you don't know shit. And I don't want to sound like that. I genuinely mean it. Go watch more movies, because if you find yourself drawn to, or you find yourself in love with a new movie, or you find like, damn, this is awakening like a love for cinema, and I want to see other stuff out there, go fucking explore it. Because the more you go out into the wide oceans of cinema that's available out there, you're like, there's so much more. Pretty much anything that comes out now, you'll be like, damn, that's kind of not shit, really, if we're being honest. Joe Dax, thank you for $5. How much for a Mahler type 5-hour in-depth review of Mando and Grogu? How much dosh do we need to give you? Oh, I don't think I have that much to say about it, really, if I'm being honest. Like, I don't know how, like, yeah, like every clip I've seen of Mandalorian and Grogu, there has never been a point along that movie's announcement, its development, its advertisement, its, you know, critical consensus. There's never been a point where I was like, oh, maybe that'll be good. Maybe that'll be like a great movie. Like, nah. I've always been like, yeah, that's probably going to be some fan bullshit. And sure enough, there was. Yeah, God. Gunman who believed he was Jesus Christ opened fire on White House checkpoint. All right, what was Laura talking shit about today? Here we go. Oh, Jesus Christ. God, she is such a classless bitch. Socialist, thank you for following. El Salve, thank you for 14 months. Sorry, I missed that. When Laura Loomer was hitting on a young male because he would... she was lonely. It reminds me of Conquest's I'm So Lonely speech to Invincible. I have not seen Invincible yet. No, I think people saying Grogu looks kind of cute. I've my heart has grown cold to cute little Chungus figures. Like and I think it went cold actually around the point. No, I was getting fucking tired of the porgs and shit. Just the cute, cuddly, everything needs to be a mascot shit bugs the hell out of me. It's a foreign concept so this is her responding to the shit that we're talking about. Laura Loomer deciding to come out and say, it's a foreign concept for Ashley, which misspelled Ashley, how you can work hard as a woman and not be a walking cum dumpster for every rich man with political power. Some of us work hard. Some of us are run hard like a community bike. She would know both. Ashley, she misspelled Ashley again, is literally no for letting a rich man come inside of her. Pretty sure they didn't actually have sex because if I remember correctly, Elon Musk's dick don't work. We aren't the same.
About that, right? Like Trump cares about the physical
I don't
appearance.
know. Have you seen Mar-a-Lago?
No,
It's
but,
like a very
but in
specific
Trump's
brand.
inner circle, like if you look at some of the people that he hires, like he either hires for loyalty or he does care about like the way that people around him are perceived, like their physical appearances.
Yes, that would be accurate.
And Laura Loomer is hard to look at. Why do you think?
That's fucking her reaction to that. Like I understand she's yeah, the body language here is weird because she's laughing like it's a flirt, but also I think that's a real chuckle. Meriden Navin, thank you for another 5. Terrible joke, Didi. My doctor said I have to tell my partner I have Sisyphus. There's no cure, and treatment is long, arduous, and never ending. That sounds like being between a rock and a hard place. Hup up.
That would be accurate.
And Laura Loomer is hard to look at. Why do you think he fucking hates his sons? I think it's literally because they're ugly as shit. They're losers, but also they're ugly as shit, and I think Trump hates that. You don't think so? That's why he loves Ivanka.
That makes sense.
Like
she's very aesthetically pleasing.
Yeah, she
but I think
also
he likes
is
Ivanka
in with
too much.
Yeah, that's true. But she's also in with the liberal in crowd. Right?
I can't wait till Elon Musk gets full custody of the kid he had with Trashly. You know she was fucking seething because she was so mad. She threw out the first tweet, misspelled Ashley's name, and most importantly, had not come up with the name Trashly yet. That came to her later. He should argue she's endangering their son by bringing him around Hassan Piker, a communist who has called for violence against capitalists, including Elon Musk. She even tweets like Trump. God damn. I love also the idea, Elon, get full custody of your son. The woman is unfit to be a mother, but Elon is fit. Okay. All right, here we go. A crazed gunman who believed he was Jesus Christ pulled out a revolver and opened fire outside the White House Saturday night. Before he was quickly taken down by a barrage of shots from the Secret Service, sources said. Nasir Best, 21, fired at a checkpoint at about 6:10 p.m. after being seen pacing in a strange manner up and down 17th Street Northwest, sources told the Post. He only got off a few shots before he was shot and killed in a hail of bullets from federal officers. At least one bystander was hit and seriously wounded in the fusillade. Fusillade? The sources said. Johnson crickets. Ashley seems very open to socialism during the interview. Well, I think Ashley strikes me as somebody who is not necessarily stupid, but not necessarily well-read either. Like and granted, this is a fucking off the cuff, firing from the hip, somebody I do not know, will probably never meet. She strikes me as somebody who has intuition about people and has been disabused of a lot of her notions around conservatism, leading her, like I was talking about earlier, to re-examine a lot of her previously held opinions. And I think she is at a place where when people try and deconstruct their worldview, they go a couple of ways. We talked about this in the past as well, where sometimes they will double down, they'll triple down, they'll go even further in the direction they were already going, or they will, you see this a lot with people who kind of might be more centrist or libertarian, where they used to be really big with MAGA, but they're like, this stuff pushed me away, but I'm still a Christian. I'm still this. I still believe this. This is where you get those divides of like, I'm socially liberal, but fiscally conservative and that kind of stuff, because they haven't been at a point where they've had enough things happen to them, or have seen or experienced or read enough things that will get them to question some parts of one political orthodoxy, but not all of it. And so you kind of get this like sampler platter, pick and choose thing. This comes back to, by the way, the video I just put out a couple weeks ago, talking about our kind of culture of convenience and slop. You can see I had a tangent in that video that I cut because it's almost 2 fucking hours long. That you kind of see elements of this pick and choose of ideology with like modern evangelicals, mom TikTokers, mommy bloggers, that kind of thing, where you'll get these bizarre, and you don't really see them anywhere else, even though plenty of people do it. You have this weird contingent of people who will claim to be staunchly evangelical. I'm talking about picture white mom, all white interior of their house, bless this mess hanging above the kitchen sign, hair up in a bun, always has the newest Starbucks cup, like that kind of shit. The prime white woman demo that were a couple years ago when they had those fucking tumblers that people were fist fighting in Target over. That shit. And you see a lot in those spaces, this staunch advocation of, Jesus is my savior, evangelicalism, but then also they buy into conspiracy theories. They buy into stuff around vibes, astronomy, astrology, tarot, crystals. Like there is a lot of overlap between evangelicalism and stuff that is more popular, whether that's, yoga or whatever other woo-woo shit that in times past, that same evangelical contingent would have said this is of the devil. But Americans like to have their cake and eat it too. We like to compromise our identity for things that are more convenient and more fun, right? And this is, to me, Ashley St. Clair seems like somebody who is trying to undo that, to bring it all back around. Yeah, anyway, Nasir Best. Motive for the attack hasn't been confirmed. I love, very funny, New York Post. Very funny. I was hearing people say Ashley was flirting with Hassan, but I feel that vibe has to do with the fact she's young, white, and pretty. Yeah, I didn't watch the stream. I think people are probably looking too much into it. I think she's just being congenial. Like she's just being, she is a, internet personality. I'm assuming she has camera training. And so it's just, you look pretty, you put on a smile if you're having a nice, polite conversation. I think people are looking too much into it. FBI is on the scene supporting Secret Service, responding to shots fired near White House grounds. We'll update the public. Blah, blah, blah. The White House on lockdown told reporters to gather on the North Lawn and to run into the press briefing room. After about half an hour, the lockdown was lifted. The shots rang out a little less than 2 hours after President Trump announced on Truth Social he was in the Oval Office working on a peace deal with Iran. Which, by the way, Would you fucking believe that the way it's looking for Iran is that they're just we are basically going to end up capitulating entirely to them, and in fact, we will have been markedly worse off in literally every way than before we just started a completely unwarranted act of aggression against a sovereign country. The fucking art of the deal. Art of the deal. And the fact that people are kind of already forgetting about Iran, even as it's continuing to happen, pisses me off so much. Like, that is the number one with a bullet thing that everybody going into any midterms needs to be nailing to every conservative's ass. Every person who is associated with Trump, every person who supported him, every person who voted for his shit or didn't vote against it need to be tied up by their fucking britches. Like, they need to be like a nerd in the 1950s. They need to be tied up by the flagpole and made fun of, prostrated in the town square for this just catastrophic failure of leadership. Denim Mage 2854, thank you for $2. Alone Together vid was great. Keep up the good work. Thank you very much. Thank you. In that incident, Best bypassed a restricted White House pedestrian control post by walking through an exit turnstile lane and made crazed statements when D.C. police and Secret Service agents detained him. Best claimed he was Jesus Christ and that he wanted to get arrested, court records of the incident said. While it wasn't known if the shooting has any political motive, leaders from both sides voiced condemnation of political violence, blah, blah, blah. Which, like, again, I can't imagine why. The way because New York Post is a fucking conservative shit rag. But you can't at this point. When in the last week, Trump established a slush fund and made it illegal for the IRS to investigate him, his sons, or any of their business dealings for impropriety. And you're going to sit there and be like, meanwhile, the shit in Iran is still making gas prices go up. Probably isn't going to stop. We are looking at a humiliating defeat and probably the establishment of a second Iranian nuclear deal, which, I need to remind you, is something that Trump wiped off the table to begin with just because Obama agreed to it. Because he is the most thin-skinned simpleton to ever have the magnitude of power he does. So, just based off those two things, put all other considerations aside, put aside the rape concentration facilities, put aside the thousands of immigrants who are completely missing that nobody knows where they are after disappearing into ICE custody, put aside the fact that you have masked thugs beating people in the streets, shooting people in the face unaccountably. Those people who fucking murdered Alex Preddy and Renee Good, are they in prison? Are they being brought up on charges? No, they got transferred somewhere else so they can probably murder somebody else. So if you're going to sit here and be like, well, we don't know what could have motivated this, I'm going to ask you to fucking throw a dart at a board because you'll hit something that Trump has done. Put on a blindfold. It doesn't matter. You'll fucking land on something that has had a catastrophic and real-world consequence for thousands, if not millions of people. This isn't even talking about the massive expansion of the surveillance state, the massive expansion of data centers that are going to be not only raising bill prices for everybody around the fucking country, not only poisoning people's water, but being used effectively for something that doesn't really have a practical use case. It is part of a larger, again, I talk about this in the video, Alone Together, it is part of a larger shell game that is currently being played between corporations and government in Silicon Valley, that there is so much money in this fucking space, they just need to spend it, even if it's not making anything. So if people, this rhetoric, and I feel like every day, even the conservatives, even the most staunch of conservatives, have to be thinking like, no, I get it. I get it. Like, I'm, you know. So when I read things like, while it wasn't known if the shooting had any political motive, there's no place in America for political violence. Sure. Betty Cullum, shut the fuck up. Push for the public to unite behind a common belief that our differences should be resolved at the ballot box. Wow. Goddamn outlaw witch. See, that's more depressing, I feel. El Salve, thank you very much for $5. Come on, everybody, place your bets. Will Trump invade Cuba, Greenland, or anything else in the spinning wheel for the next episode of Rolling the Dice? I think, like, here's the thing. I really do think the just complete clusterfuck of Iran has had them at least pump the brakes a little bit on their plans for Cuba, because I think there is, like, the tea leaves were very obviously there. And especially after Venezuela, after they were able to say, like, look, it was such a success. We just snatched a fucking foreign leader, which, again, it should drive everybody a little bit insane that we're in a country where we just steal foreign leaders, and that is somehow not the biggest controversy this year. And we're not even halfway through. Like, we are completely so fucked with our attention spans, with the state of news, with the just people's ability to pay attention to stuff, that we had the government declassify a treasure trove of UFO files. Nobody gives a fuck. Nobody gives a fuck. Goblin Culinarian, thank you for 50 bits. I want to just point out that Todd Blanche's little memo is the cutest thing I've seen, because the Dem Congress can look at it, go lol, and wipe their asses with it. Also, while Nix got away with it, his AG sure as hell didn't. Well, and that's kind of the thing that I think Trump is really hoping for. You can write to Maduro in jail? Would he write back? Oh, dude. Man. What if I could become pen pals with Nicolas Maduro? Dr. Leviathan, where is Maduro? Is he still in NY? Yeah. I believe he's still in New York. Given how long shit takes, they're probably going to have him there for a fucking trial for a long time. Because that's what you need, your name on another list. Well, that's what I'm thinking. Like, what is the worst thing that happens if I become pen pals with Nicolas Maduro? Like, what's the worst thing that happens? I get put on another list? Zolita, to be real, I have become burnt a little from the near constant horrors I see daily in the news. Yeah. I will say a little bit, focusing, it's this weird dichotomy where this video that I originally intentioned to be like, oh, this is going to be, you know, a nice little jaunty break. And so I've spent the last couple days writing 15,000 words, doing research. I have some books here that I got stamped from the beginning that I've been annotating and doing stuff in to remember some of the passages and stuff throughout for the video that I quote. And I'm sitting here like, damn, this is still like reading through the history of things like slavery, lynchings in America, race riots, Attica, all of this heinous shit. And I'm still sitting here like, it's actually kind of good for me to not be on Twitter, to not be looking at all the most heinous shit all the time, turns out. Just to be here for 09. Dear Vesper, I enjoy your work. Please do a God Hand review. With love, Nicolas Maduro. That would be fucking fun. Yeah, there was literally a shooting at the White House and no one cares. People are calling it staged. I don't think this is staged. I think this is look, hey. I don't want to be the person to like call it, but Dead Domain spoke of this in their video Alone Together. Like this, just based on a, granted, I haven't seen any of the other stuff, but based on a cursory evaluation of the shooter, I'm willing to bet this is another person who has been suffering from mental health for a very long time and doesn't have a coherent worldview. And we live in a society that encourages and pushes people towards violence, or at the very least gives them an outlet for violence as some kind of, outlet for their frustrations with life. I concur. It was probably a suicide by cocktail. I mean, and this is the thing that's coming out that's kind of depressing, or what I think will ultimately come out about Juniper Blessing's killer. And it's weird to try and compare like the motivations or for crimes, but I think Juniper Blessing's killer is probably going to be, when all is said and done, I think it's going to be revealed to be a very similar situation. I think from the preliminary reports and from a lot of the things that Juniper's killer, the family members and people were saying, it sounds like that was somebody who had a lot of issues with depressive episodes and violent outbursts and stuff. And it's like I tried to underline it in that video, but a fucking YouTube video with 30,000 views is not enough to try and get people to really think about the fact that we have compounding mental health crises in this country. Like, we have so many different ways that people feel pressure and are pressured into lives that they aren't lived as happily or healthily or productively as they can. And I'm not even talking about, productive in the terms of, because I think when people hear, say, oh, you need a productive life to, feel accomplished and all that shit. I don't mean productive in a capitalist sense of like, oh, you are not, you're not going out working a job and getting paid, like all that shit. I mean, just like, people feel like they are not going anywhere and they are not doing anything. People feel like they are not living life, and in so many different ways, people need to start reckoning with the fact that these outbursts of violence are what happens in that. Like, I think a lot of people have tried to, over time, not address that, because we have, a lot of times in America, mass violence comes in a couple forms, particularly when it comes to like gun violence. And you either have these indiscriminate mass shooters that we can usually ascribe to hate groups or bigoted ideologies, or, we saw with San Diego recently. The other half of that coin, I think, is inner city violence or gang violence. And you see this a lot when, there's a mass shooting in Atlanta. There's a mass shooting in Baltimore. There's a mass shooting somewhere. 4 people died because there's a shooting at a nightclub. And those ones go fucking completely over people's heads. Those ones, people literally, so much of America will hear about that stuff. And if it's not a Nazi, if it's not a white supremacist, if it's not a trans person, if it's not something that you can put your own ideological stamp onto, they don't care. And that is like, that's such a massive problem, I think, with how we pick and choose which struggles to pay attention to and which aren't. Because you have, by and large, a lot of these underserved communities, a lot of these places with communities of color, a lot of these lower income communities, places that have historically been redlined, all this shit. The reason all this is fresh in my head is because I talk about it in the video for the PlayStation 2 game, The Suffering. And one of the things that I think it is kind of a structure of white supremacy, or a structure of just one of the ways that racial hierarchy is ingrained in American society, that we look at certain instances of violence and go, oh, those ones won't affect me, right? Those ones we can put those ones out of the way. Those are below my tax bracket. Those aren't my religion. That's not my skin color. Whatever reason, we make up these reasons to justify being like, oh yeah, that sucks, but what are you gonna do? That's gang violence, or that sucks. What are you gonna do? Like, and then we have these ones that we do care about. We hyper focus on, and you see it in the liberal media particularly. You've seen it since fucking Columbine. The way people hand wring over these young white men, these disassociated people. Like what could have caused this? What could have driven them to violence? And I think people miss the forest for the trees. Is that like the stressing factors that drive all of these things to violence, that drive all of these people to go out and kill somebody else with a gun, are not that different from one another. It comes back to economic factors, or, you know, in the case of a lot of Nazis, the perception of economic factors, the idea that like, oh, Mexicans are stealing our jobs, Indians are stealing our jobs, black people are stealing our college education, like whatever shit they need to make up to make themselves feel better. It's the idea that's sold to them that at some level, a lot of people do turn to these ideologies because they feel some stressor of that. And we straight up do not have the infrastructure of mental health care to deal with that stress. And so we constantly get shit like this. And it's a fucking bummer. It really is. Anyway, sorry for fucking rambling there. Delson Rowe 1119, thank you for following. Farksism, thank you for following. Is that far Marxism or fart Marxism? One of them I'm into. One of them you got to take to fucking pyrocynical. DEI for lazy white fuckboys? Almost certainly. It's like the meme. Yeah, when white kid commits crime, how tragic, we must all mourn today. Black kid commits crime. Look, it's in their nature. Pattern recognition. I made myself mad again this week. Because the thing that is really weird about The Suffering 2, Ties of Bond, the PlayStation 2 horror game from Midway, is how well it is stunning how much that game works as a tool of like illustrating systemic inequality. You know, this what I think a lot of people would consider either a cult classic or like a B tier action game from the PlayStation 2, and it is so bold with its subject matter. It is so unflinching in its depictions of like systemic struggle and how they're all interlinked. And so diving into like the history of places like Baltimore, diving into the history of issues like, you know, the Black Panther Party and the Rainbow Coalition. And it does become apparent, and I hope, if there's one thing I hope I can kind of illuminate through the video, is how many of these issues are just like directly linked one to another. And it pisses me off all over again because of that. Because when you do all this research, when you see the long generational struggles of particularly Black and ostracized communities of color across America, when you understand the measures that were taken to make sure that Black people were not allowed to pursue education, not allowed to own businesses, not allowed to build generational wealth, and then over fucking decades. And then you get to like the 80s and 90s and people are like, well, racism solved. And you still see that bullshit being perpetrated today. And it's like, huh? What the fuck? Anyway, y'all go watch that video when it comes out. Like I said, I'll be putting up the first, I think it was, it's at least 15 minutes. I'll be putting up the first 15 minutes or so on Patreon later tonight. Greetings from Germany. Guten Tag. Guten Tag. Oh, boy. All right, what else do we got going on here? Oh, right. I wanted to finish watching these, and then we can go into some other stuff. Oh, shit. Pack 1996, thank you for $10. Holy mackerel. Reminds me when I talked to my dad about the Minneapolis shootings, told him I was stressed about it. He told me the problem is I let emotions take hold. See, I don't know. We will watch the Squid Tips video, yeah. I'm having a good. It's Guten Morgen right now. Okay. Guten Morgen. Thank you very much. The thing, I have a very similar issue with my mother, where I will, the last fight I had with my mom, I don't remember what various thing from the headlines I was, trying to explain to her, and she was just like, well, just don't look, like, this is the problem. This is why I don't look at the news. And I'm like, I was trying, it was ICE camps. It was ICE camps and disappearing people and the reports about, like, the sexual assaults that came out about it. And I'm like, I'm trying to fucking explain to you, your taxpayer dollars are running a sex trafficking rape ring right now in America. This is true of everybody who pays their fucking taxes. And she was like, her response was just like, this is why I don't watch the news. And I'm like, you being ignorant of something does not suddenly stop. Like, this is I don't know if it's a boomer thing or a Gen X thing, but this idea, this incredibly selfish idea that if you do not look at something, it just doesn't they are fucking reverse object permanencing themselves. They are trying to literally revert to an infantile state where they can just be like, I don't see it, must not be happening. Guten Morgen. Just woke up from accidentally induced food narcolepsy. Cutie Pie Luna. I think you're the person who was in Germany, right? No. Who's in Germany? Bubba Have you tried not being a mutant? Hey, mutant and proud, fucko. And no, I haven't. Do I have my let's see if Duwad. Let's see if my rogue cosplay shows up on ain't no way. Oh, hell yeah, it does. Let's fucking go, chat. Let's fucking go, chat. I don't like how my eyebrows came out in that, but other than that, I'm pretty happy with that one. Steelers 55, thank you for following. Spooky Pepper 6900, nice. Thank you for 16 months. Hi. What in the fuck did I miss? It's weird to say, but not much. Just another shooting at the White House. Just another person trying to shoot the president. But other than that, not much. Anyway, I want to watch these really quick. I've been rambling. Sneeze on me. I'm in. Oh, Koa Nemo. Hi, Koa. Hi, baby. Little baby. Achoo. By the way, if anybody would want I don't know how many like big X-Men heads I have in the crowd. I am trying to sell a Mondo special edition X-Men 97 Rogue figure. If that's something you are interested in. I don't have. It's literally the only Mondo I have. I got it for a hot deal as like a birthday gift to myself a couple years ago. It's barely been displayed. If somebody wants that, that is a like money purchase though, and I would rather have the money for, if not moving to Seattle, than putting towards my film. So if that's something you'd be interested in, hit me up in DMs. Has anyone ever told you kind of look like actress Amy Smart? Nobody's ever said that, but that's crazy. Because I low-key, kind of see it.
Oh my god.
Yes!
No.
Yes, that's what it is. You got it.
Did you ever see the photos of her as a nurse?
No.
She's like in this like slutty nurse costume.
Oh no.
I think she gets mad at like the hot e-girls because she tried so hard.
See, this is that shit. This is that girl talk shit. This is that shit you can only get from girls who talk to each other, from women who talk to each other. This is good stuff. This is good stuff. Her being like, I think, yeah, no, like it's so catty but so subtle that I don't think somebody like Hassan would pick up on how incredibly backhanded this is. Like ridiculously backhanded.
And people were still like, no, it's not gonna work.
I mean, yeah, at some point you got to give up. Like, why? Just be true to yourself.
And I feel back.
Was watching Crank Delante Mace 3277 as sort of fast food movie treat. Was like, yo, that kind of looks like Vesper. I know. I'm familiar with I am familiar with Amy Smart's work in Crank. I will say that. God, that's a cool. I haven't seen Crank in a minute. Ooh, Koa, we should watch. I just showed Koa. Chat. I've been trying to turn Koa onto game lately, and we just sat through. Yes, I do. Dante Namikaze. I have. So not only do I have, and this is about the Mondo Rogue figure really quick. Not only do I have the X-Men Evolution Rogue head, because I got the special edition, comes with a base and everything. It has an extra head as well, because mine was misshipped, so I got 2 of the same head, and then so it has like an extra Mondo head too.
Because I felt bad for her at one time. Like, she would send me these texts. She's like, I'm alone on Christmas. Like, I don't have family. Like, all this stuff. And I'm like, I feel so bad.
Go Nemo. I saw both the Raid movies, and I think I could fight anyone now. It's so fun. I love showing somebody the Raid 1 and then the Raid 2. Because the Raid 1 still fucking whips. Still a great movie. But it has been, like... You can't talk it up too much, because if somebody's seen all the John Wick movies, I think those movies have a lot of choreography that kind of draws upon the foundations of the Raid. And so it's not the mind-blowing spectacle it was in 2011. But the Raid 2 is still just it's such a fucking perfect movie. It's so goddamn good. And no matter who I sit down and watch it, the final fight in the kitchen, every time I watch it with somebody, I look over halfway through, and their body is always just like fully tensed up and just being like, because it's just this perfect synthesis of choreography, action, acting, story, and music that your heart is just following along the pace of all the blows. Oh, it goes so fucking hard. And then Bat Boy and Hammer Girl. Bat Boy and Hammer Girl is also really fun to talk to people about, because I get to pump up throughout the entire film. I get to be like, oh shit, you don't know about Bat Boy and Hammer Girl. You're about to learn about Bat Boy and Hammer Girl. And people are always like, what the fuck, Bat Boy? What the fuck are you talking about? And they show up more than halfway through the movie and still manage to like steal the show. What a fucking film. Manual 12 Ox, thank you for $1. Damon Burrito, thank you also for following.
For this girl, but then she just goes like batshit insane.
I mean, but that's exactly who you would expect.
And then...
Wait, why does he actually talks like this?
Yes!
That's crazy. Hassan reads out, that's fucking wild. Being able to see the personal text to Elon. Hassan reads out Elon Musk's text sent to Ashley St. Clair right before the 2024 election. Tomorrow we unleash the anomaly in the Matrix. This is not something on the chessboard. So they will be quite surprised. Lasers from space. I have over 10,000 lasers in space right now.
He actually talks like this, and I wasn't being hyperbolic when I said.
Can I read this one?
Yes, you can read the whole thing.
Okay.
You can read anything except my pick-me-isms.
Okay,
Accept my
Feeling
pick-me-ism.
more optimistic after tonight, and tomorrow we unleash the anomaly in the matrix. And then this is not something on the chessboard, so they will be quite surprised. In air quotes, lasers from space. What? And you made a joke.
It was a Marjorie Taylor Greene joke.
Yeah, you made a Jewish space laser
I
joke,
said finally a focus on the Jewish vote.
and he laughed at it. And then I have over 10,000 lasers in space right
So
now.
he doubles down and says and quantifies his number of space lasers. So he did say that stuff, and then okay.
Oh, Dante
so in
Namikaze.
conjunction with
Okie
that,
dokie.
then he's
Thank you very
sending
much.
the
I
internal
will
data
look
from
into
AmericaPath,
that.
where he's like tracking the real-time Delta vote metrics.
Yeah, and I can send you Dante Namikaze. I will look at that probably after, but I can send you pictures of it because it's like I said, it was displayed for a couple months, and then ever since I planned on moving, it's been in a box, and I'm kind of looking forward to getting rid of a lot of shit because I've had just stuff throughout the years that's just stayed down in storage, and I want to sell like 50% of my possessions when I moved over to fucking Seattle.
He has like the cash prizes as incentives. Like it was.
Yeah, it wasn't that illegal. I don't even understand how that.
Oh no, you're good, Dante. Somebody said, yeah, somebody was asking how I feel about his. Oh yeah, what do I think of Hassan's transition to suit guy? I think it's so. Here, two things. One, it makes his head look bigger. Like I know a lot of people have always made fun of him because he like has really big arms and it makes his head look really tiny. And I think the suits having like a little bit more of a broad-shouldered look, it makes his head look bigger. And I think that's it's a good look for him. I think it is fucking weird. I think it is like trying. I don't know it. It is trying to be more professional, I guess, in a way that is, I think, befitting somebody who is reaching the. It's this weird place where, yeah, Hassan is one of the biggest political commentators right now, and that doesn't show any signs of stopping or slowing down. But at the same time, he isn't a, while he's going on these big shows and stuff, he's riding this line between like the traditional MSNBC or CNN style pundit, except far more left leaning than a lot of those libs, while also coming from a background in the streaming space, which is defined by how kind of unprofessional it is. When you look at the biggest names in streaming, a lot of them are just fucking jobbers and dorks. Like you look at any of those fucking idiots like the Nelk boys or those fucking troglodytes that roll with Baby Alien or any of those fucking idiots. And that is what so many people think of when they think of streamers. And so that's like, I think he is trying to split the difference and finding a way through that right now. He got subpoenaed today. That doesn't surprise me. Embracing his unk status. So is he technically Viv's stepmom? So I think there was Ashley St. Clair got him. The one other thing that I thought was funny was Ashley St. Clair getting him got him a shirt that said, "I'm not the stepdad, I'm the dad who stepped up," which was very funny for me. Thank you very Brienne, maybe 4415. Thank you for $1. A lot of streamers have cargo shorts energy. Well, and like I'm kind of wearing cargo shorts right now. But I've also been I did not want to put on makeup or do anything. When I get in my like scrungle goblin mode, when I've just been editing in a chair for so I woke up today around 6 like usual, and I think I was working by like 7, and I worked from 7 until 1 nonstop. And that was after working like, and I did another 6 or 7 hours last night too on the same video. Asmodeus Deviluke, thank you very much for subbing with Prime. Damon Burrito, thank you for following. This is my goblin mode. I'm goblin mode as hell. Oh, god damn it, Spirit Griefer. God damn it. Delante Mays 3277. Do I own a tracksuit? Can't recommend enough. My partner just got me one for B-Day. I don't have a matching tracksuit. I have track pants that I use for running and stuff. Yeah, I have track pants. Like that's the closest. Here's the thing. If I got a full tracksuit, I would have to commit to the bit. I would have to like doctor tracksuit it up. You know, I would have to get like a plush. I want that Sopranos joint. You know, like I want a plush crushed velvet tracksuit type shit. Probably, if I get to that point in my life, I'm probably also getting a gold chain. Like, I'm not gonna lie. Yep, Wild Antic, you got to get the gold chain and matching jacket. Mm-hmm. Yep. Okay. All right, chat. Let's do the squid tips video. Ooh. That's... And let's do... Oh, no. Nope. There we go. Yippee! Who's Squid Tips? Squid Tips is another kind of lefty creator. I feel like it's going to be a case of like when I do sit down we're going to watch this right now. I know there's going to be a moment where I'm like, oh yeah, I have watched videos by this creator before. That's always the case. It's always the case that I sit down, I'm like, oh, I've never seen this channel, and then I get halfway through it, and it'll be like, no, you've watched, yeah.
Check. How's my fit? Gotta look fly. This is gonna be a fun one, because I've got good news.
Is Squid Tips trans? Or just an ally? Ally.
For me, not the cop.
Cutie Pie Luna 9193. What game are the characters in the BG from? The background, that is Felicia and Morgan from Darkstalkers.
So last video, I read a statement about the attack SPD did on me and a trans friend of mine while we were operating in a traffic...
He's a gay man and a trans ally. Based.
Safety capacity at the May Day March here at downtown Seattle on the 1st of May.
Play that Valentina TikTok. Valentina, ally. Let's see if I can just fucking... This is a... God, what is the... This is my best friend. This is something Koa would not stop fucking quoting to me when we first started dating, and I had never seen it. Koa knows all the fucking memes possible to know out there. I do not. And so they're just constantly being like, oh, don't you know this? And I'm like, no, baby, I don't. And so they would just like be like, ally to me, and I'd be like, cool.
I just want to say I'm part of the LGBT.
Okay, no, this is not the... I want to watch the actual video. Where's the original one? No, it's everybody's reading the fucking top. Does anybody have the original, the OG? There we go. Here we go. I think this is the one.
Community, and this is my best friend Valentina. She's an ally. Talk, Valentina.
Ally.
I just
I don't think that's the original. Is that no, I don't think that's the original. Anyway. Talk, Valentina. Ally. I might just be getting Mandela
between
effect by Koa telling it to me
2:30 p.m.
all the time.
and 3 p.m. I told you about the insanity
Have a good rest of your night, Coyote.
of watching SPD officers take down my trans friend right in front of me, a minor, pushing her into an SPD cruiser, threatening to hit her and charge her for what? For nothing. I explained to you that I was really confident going public because I knew for a fact that even with my camera in their possession, they were not going to get reckless driving charges to stick.
Come in. All right, give me 1 second. I'll make sure it's not going to pick up audio. Okay. Cool.
Onto me because I was operating in
Bingus.
traffic and community safety capacity and put literally nobody in danger. And I showed you the overt indicator that this was a targeted attack and that it was connected to a complaint that I already have operating against an officer that was on that bike crew who has a history of physical violence. Let's remember him throwing down this 58-year-old man while he was handcuffed,
damn.
and he was only reprimanded for trying to bully the jail staff into not telling other people that it happened. He was never actually reprimanded for doing this. And although this video is going to retread some of that ground, I really recommend that if you're interested in the saga, you should go back and look at the totality because I'm going to allude to a lot of things that I really hammer in that previous video. So, and it all matters cumulatively at the end of the day. I'm making a lot of big accusations, but I would not make them without massive amounts of historical evidence, which is what that previous video adds to this. So that's why I want you to watch it and share it and then share this video and get people fucking mad because we need to do something now before it gets worse. I'm aware because I've been talking about police corruption for almost a decade, how difficult a pill it is for some people to swallow, that local cops are really just liars.
Yeah, I need, this is a really good point that people are constant, like, even, again, you get to the, like, well-intentioned liberal class, the kind of upper middle class and predominantly white people, it becomes this is where you mostly see the narratives that come out around, one bad apple, that kind of shit. And people don't understand that. No. The fact that there are bad apples is representative of how institutional these attitudes are. It's not just that, like, oh, this one person got away. It's like, no. They got away with that because they thought it was okay. They thought it was okay because that kind of activity and that behavior is normalized in police departments all across America.
And grifters and violent fucking thugs that are extorting us out of that money. But it's true, and I can prove it because they're hurting me, but more importantly, they're hurting my friends, which are part of a very important marginalized community that is under attack by this administration from our federal government down. And our local cops are taking cues from that because they are also in this fucking MAGA cult. In this video, I'm going to prove that the Seattle Police Department is filled with liars and bigots who are extorting the community for money. And I'm not demanding that people be fired. There need to be prosecutions because this is a criminal organization that needs to be taken down. And if the chief of police isn't up to it, then the executive needs to step in. People's lives are at stake. Barely over a week after me and my trans friend were sent to jail for nothing, a trans person was murdered in our community. They released a bullshit generic description of a black guy with a beard around 5'7". And they told everyone in what turned out to be a murder where the victim was stabbed 40 times, yeah, we don't think there's anything to worry about. Nobody needs to panic that we have not found this killer. Really demonstrating that they have absolutely no fucking clue how much damage was done to this community. Just the act of saying 19-year-old trans person murdered, how many people had to go through their fucking phones and start sending text messages just to hope that none of their fucking friends were dead. They didn't release the photo of that guy until 3.5 some days later, you know, maybe it was total coincidence, but it was like 5 hours after I released a short saying that I thought it was fucking bullshit, that it was taking so fucking long, I was going to start my own investigation. And you know, son of a bitch, just a few hours after that photo was released, the guy turned himself in. They didn't even have to go hunt him down. Really makes you wonder why it took so long. And if it was like a 19-year-old, like straight blonde girl, if they wouldn't release that photo immediately. Anyway, let me stop the digression and give you the good news. First off, I went to my arraignment on the 12th. An arraignment is where you say whether or not you're guilty or innocent, and they give you like an actual trial date. And well, I got in there. I did it all virtually. Didn't even have to go downtown to the office there. And within 5 minutes, they were telling me, Mr. Randall, all charges had been dropped. To be honest, this isn't really surprising. It's actually a little disappointing, if I'm honest. You see, this is going to make getting the data off my camera a little faster and a little easier. But
I'm obsessed with those
Oh,
windows.
come on.
Anderson makes it easy. They are the #1 trusted window and door brand.
what it makes take longer is getting all of the evidence of everything else I'm claiming. All the body cam footage, all the CAD data, and I believe it also allows them to redact and restrict it a lot because in a normal trial, there's this thing called discovery. And in discovery, you have to share your evidence with each other. It can't be an unfair where one side says, well, I got this stuff and I'm going to throw my trap card out there in the middle of the trial. No, we both got to see it, which means that if they're going to use body cam data, I need to have access to it too. But if I'm just an outside party asking questions about a traffic stop, well, that goes to like a different records request. And there's a lot more redactions that you can do. So this is another example of SPD both weaponizing the legal system against me and the record system against me in order to avoid accountability.
Why KP2 why do people keep saying Silent Hill? This isn't Silent Hill. Years ago I used to be Chinese. Can you? Yes, if I run into that guy. If I also run into Tom, I will. I don't remember if that's the same guy, but if I run into Tom, I will unmute it for that.
My charges were dropped because there was literally no legal justification for what they did at all. There was no probable cause, making everything they did prior totally fucking illegal. But see, cops are used to this magic system where they can just invent a crime that you did, send you to jail, where you have to deal with the processing, you have to pay yourself to get out of bail, you gotta if you don't show up, you're gonna get punished separately even if you did nothing wrong in the first place. And they utilize that system in order to punish people like me even when I don't do a crime, because at the end of the day, nobody holds them accountable for everything they do, the ways that they victimize an innocent person in the community. They had me and my friend's cameras with every action we did prior to that moment. My friend's camera's 360. They could literally see anything and everything, and yet they didn't even try. After she was searched and processed, they just basically called her parents and kicked her out. Like, they literally didn't even send her at the front door.
Also misgendered her over and over the entire time she was in custody, despite me providing correct pronouns. Calling about your... God. Maryland protest. Officers attempted to stop him, he fled from them. What I presume is his e-bike. Taken into custody for eluding officers. Ugh, God, what a fucking dick.
Of the precinct. It was extremely strange and very fucking suspicious. It's actually really fortunate for SPD that it seems like Jay's okay after what they did to her, which this is the other big piece of great news. We have her Insta360 video camera. So I'm going to give you a very close-up look at what
Hell yeah, dude.
After this video, there will definitely be a follow-up once I get
shit like this, by the way, why you always need to have fucking cameras out. Doesn't matter what angle you're getting it from. Always have cameras out when dealing with cops in any fucking in any capacity.
My camera, but I'm really hoping that this is enough for there to trigger an investigation by somebody who gives a shit, who's supposed to be fucking in charge of public safety.
I genuinely think that is far too optimistic to expect from anybody having anything to do with the Seattle Police Department.
I'm not getting paid very much to do all this bullshit. Definitely not $120,000 a year like our fucking cops are. So maybe somebody can start pulling this shit together, start grabbing body
Mike
cams.
Luke,
Because
thank you for following.
personally, I think it's a lot more embarrassing the longer it takes for SPD and, you know, whoever is going to do something about this to fucking do it. And you know what? It's just going to make me fucking louder. So, but you know what? I'm going to save them a lot of work by giving them specific officers to go look into. All right, so let's walk through the video we have now, and we'll just start by showing you what the heck were we doing prior. What's the thing that got SPD cops all up on our ass? Because you know what? No matter how many times it happens, no matter how many times I turn out to be fucking right, there is inevitably people in the comments who will say, well, whatever you did, it must have been equivalent to that. And I'm not going to show the whole fucking video because...
Aw, thank you. Holy shit. Thank you so much, Violet Left. Can't really watch tonight, but has some bits. Thank you for 1, 2, 3, 4, 500 biddies. Thank you. Holy shit. Hope you have a good rest of your night, even though you're not staying around.
There's a lot of just standing around. It was like 45 minutes or so prior to the actual attack. So I'm going to cut through to just give you the examples of what we're seeing. Again, I will let SPD prove anything that they are concerned about. And if they have any problems with what we did, feel free to let me know. You know, I got my email and I got plenty of ways to get contacted. So let's get into it. Let me show you the video now. And we'll get started by just showing you what corking is and what it looked like on this May Day march. May Day is a worker holiday.
No, not yet.
Kind of an anarchist holiday because it celebrates this Haymarket massacre, which is ultimately what gave us the 8-hour workday, because prior to that, it was whatever the fuck your bosses wanted. Don't get it twisted, because corporations are trying to get us back to that. So that is why I celebrate May Day, and that is what I am there to support. May Day marches are lots of types of people. It's definitely, again, an anarchist situation, a lot of people in black and anarchist stuff, but it's really a labor holiday. That is where we see a lot of labor unions, local SEIU, things like that. The vibe early was totally normal. I showed up, checked in the hooligans. We did.
G Papa Joe, I have not seen where the sailors hang out yet. I also I literally just started the game, so I haven't even like gotten to the arcade or the gachapon machines or anything.
Did a little bike safety meet, communicate with the other bicycle and safety de-escalation organizers, hand out our vests, tape up our plates, assign cardos, make sure we're all connected to be able to talk to people, and then yeah, just get hyped for like a fun day. Because unlike the cops, me and the hooligans, we like being out there. We like helping our community. That's why we do it for free. And this march started like any other.
This?
You can
what is
see
this thing
very
with you
clearly
and
from the
sneezing
first
today?
moment that
What
we
the
are
fuck?
riding around cops without a problem. And we ride around SPD cruisers. We ride around Poet. We even ride around bicycle cops, and nobody says or does anything until the attack.
Should we push out one street or should we just
Don't just take classes. Take charge. Start your comeback today at footballglobal.edu.
It's here. Wayfair's Memorial Day
chill
clearance
face.
is on now. Right now through May 25th. Get up to 70%.
This is going to be a test of my non-ad blocked experience.
just saw the other side moving next one.
Koa, don't encourage Nullifier Pro. This is not Silent Hill 2, and you know it. You know it.
I see the street. The top on the right left.
Banana Brains, how many marijuanas have you consumed? She hasn't had any marijuanas yet tonight. Yeah. She's working a job right now and should be working a job, but is instead watching her girlfriend's stream.
They're on Bellevue, I mean.
That I will say, the 360-degree camera is kind of crazy. Kind of crazy with it. I wonder, there's got to be a... No, there's probably not a gimbal on there. Severin, does DD have a Discord? Yes, I do. I think I have. I think somebody did. Dried fish, of course. I think somebody did make a Discord. Or no, I have a Discord that's accessible for patrons. Somebody did make a Reddit, I believe. Joe Mama, are you playing a video game while reacting while streaming? Yes. Well, it's because these are videos, like when I react to and watch videos that are from, more of a, especially when they're longer form like this is 42, and then I have another one that is, I think, kind of equivalent. It's more about just like having a conversation over the video. Fat Dragons, I've played Shenmue before. I got like 10 hours into the first one. And then I think I've gotten like 5 hours into the second one before. Drew Pruitt, what's up? I like.
Are you good here? Yeah, I can move. Okay, we're gonna move up.
I kind of fuck with the camo pants.
I am at it's the last one before like I don't know.
Yamagishi-san. I just gotta remember where Yamagishi is. Jesus.
In fact, cops basically say nothing. They always act like stone gargoyles the entire time, except for the one exception here, which I cannot wait to get into. So Jay is operating a role of the side corker. So she's going out and she is approaching cars that are coming up to the march area to the closed position. And then she's helping reroute them, de-escalate them if they're frustrated about that, and just kind of get them on their way.
Hey, so this street is going to be blocked for about 15 minutes. If you would like to get through here faster, you should probably take another route here. Where do you need to be?
I'm working at a building.
Okay, are you just going to street park here?
Yeah.
All right. For now, unless you are street parking or going into a parking garage here. Okay, that's fine.
As one of the leads coaching the other corkers, I was seriously impressed watching this. Jay was doing a lot of things that other corkers are nervous about, like approaching cars, specifically having conversations with people, and helping give them directions to get them out, even when they're frustrated. That is literally a customer service job that cops never do. You can also see in Jay's video, me operating as a coach, helping coordinate, get people into the right positions, making sure that we're doing all of our jobs correctly. Now, the only interaction Jay really had with the police was with these two motherfuckers right here. These
Thank you. Thank you, Fat Dragons. Defo subscribing. Just watched the far right anti-trans game we played. Now watching your live just to see what's up, and it's Shenmue top tier stuff. If you like games, I have a video essay coming out about The Suffering Ties That Bind, the PlayStation 2 horror game, very soon. But thank you for being here, Fat Dragon.
Dunces. These two chuds. Now I'm going to play this for you so you can see it. But then I'm going to break down very clearly because I think, again, a lot of people don't understand exactly what cops are doing. And I'm going to make it quite explicit.
Kippin.
I'm at 9th and all this right now.
You know you're doing something legal when you have to hide it. No, I'm not playing any of that. Like any Steam like asset flip shit. I'm not touching.
Well done, boys. Doing great. Okay, I'm also there's another person here with me right now, and
God, I do not remember where the fuck Yamagishi-san is.
So the first thing these guys do is look to assert their dominance and authority over Jay and the other corker.
Oh, wait,
they comment about the plates being taped up, saying something to the effect of, oh, you know you're doing something good when you gotta tape your plates up. You know, the classic thing that cops and fucking authoritarians love to say, which is, if you don't have anything to hide, you shouldn't be concerned about us looking in your bag. This is an example of something that these people would never say to me at all, because if they did, they wouldn't get the reaction they get here.
Matriarchetype in chat. Do we got matriarchetype in chat? Hello, Lane. Low polycat is everything. Which Shenmue? This is Shenmue 1. Matriarchetype. Noah Samsen is sleeping now, so I don't have to feel bad. I've split my focus. You're all good.
Here, which is a professional silence, which is what we coach all of our corkers to do, and most of them, except for me, are very happy to do that. Here's the next thing.
You've been here.
You know, if you don't care about trans people,
glad to
you're
have
not
you
in
here.
community with trans people, you may not get this. But this is about as overt bigotry as I can fucking imagine seeing from our police. Now, you might have missed this subtle joke, but, you know, you can see by his smile, he's super excited. He thinks he's very, very clever.
2 trans women with long hair coming out of their helmets. Well done, boys. Yeah.
With this, hey, guy.
I will say it. I understand the I understand the impulse to be vitriolic, or I understand the impulse to like try and. I understand being mad at this kind of shit. I think it is Yamagishi. I fucking found you. I think trying to making a video like this, I think you need to ratchet down the fence. Because that's what they want, right? Like, if the cops who were to watch this, they wouldn't feel ashamed. They wouldn't feel stupid. They would be like, yeah, fuck. Like, they would be chuds about it. And I think there's something to be said there of, like, knowing there are ways to talk about these things and disarm them after the fact, but just kind of, like, getting angry at them, I think, is not the way to go.
Well done, boys. Great.
Make no mistake, when you see 2 people with long hair flowing out of their helmets, when you say, nice job, boys, you're making a transphobic comment there. And this bullshit where we're giving cops the benefit of the doubt has to fucking go. These are the moments where you see who these cops really are, when they don't think anybody is looking. And that's pretty fucking concerning, considering that we give these people badges.
Mirror X Shard, thank you for $10. Oh shit, we're actually getting a Suffering 2 vid. I never heard anybody talk about the game. It has like 12 endings. I think I got 6 of them back in the mid-aughts. Can't wait. It has 12. I thought it only has like, unless you're talking about like the different other ways. This is the Dobuita. Okay, so yeah, I need to go to Dobuita. But yeah, no, I have
and guns.
I've been making it for the last couple days. It should be coming out hopefully Monday.
I could not operate like that at fucking Best Buy. Now, when this old white guy comes up and gives them his card, they seem to be totally different people. Super nice, dismissing, oh, there's no concerns, you know? Wild how that works. Again, it's called bigotry and bias.
You're not entirely, Merrick Shard, you're not entirely misremembering, because there are multiple endings. And there are multiple different, there's 3 endings, but there are also different outcomes based on your morality choices. So there's like 1 thing that will change, there's like 3 or 4 different things that will change depending on your morality. Piccolo the Goat, this is Shenmue. Is this Dobuita? I completely didn't even look. Let me go back. Hey, there we go, Dobuita.
You know, legally, it doesn't even do anything.
Legally, it doesn't even do anything.
Actually, you would have to move with the car.
Like the opposite.
I mean, it's true.
Oh, this guy, I can tell this guy thinks he's so fucking funny. Did we talk about, yes, Mayako Yamada? Mayako Yamada, we did talk about Ashley St. Clair. You see Hassan got subpoenaed for the Cuba trip by the Treasury. I did. Socialist. Hello, was scrolling and saw your Twitch, so came to throw a follow at you. Thank you. We follow each other on Twitter, so I had to give you all the support I can. Oh, thank you. I appreciate that. Deep Creek, you okay? What's up? Oh, God, you were in a car accident. You doing okay? God damn. Hope you're good. Yeah, Sassy Sasa, FD Signfire and Bada Panada got in a fight on the Noah stream earlier, but I don't know if it's noteworthy. We talked about it a little bit. Because I have been one of the people lately caught in Bada Panada's crosshairs. One of many. And yeah, we did mention that. The car not so great. Well, the important thing is that you're okay, because cars, as expensive as they are and as fucked as it is, they are ultimately replaceable. Junie the Taurus, he's definitely gonna do a video on Noah. I'm not saying he's. Look, I think I got a backlog, but fucking, I can only imagine the backlog that you take on when you decide to have a chip on your shoulder about literally every other content creator in a similar space. All right, give me 1 second. I'm going to go feed my cat because she's just screaming at me now. Leave this on for you really quick.
We're leaving you.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Yep.
So these cops are basically just talking shit.
I just felt like I had to go out and be different and entertaining on a whole nother level. If you look at this generation, so many of them will say, who's your...
About bicycles and motorcycles blocking traffic, saying that basically if you're not using a car, there's literally no need to do it. Like, the only threat model is a fucking semi-truck. Because these cops think their job is to just park their car there. They do not think their job is to do community service. It's put the car in this lane, period. And again, I'll notice that there's a giant opening where someone who was actually trying to get through and do something damaging to the march could pretty easily just drive past before our people got there. Men like this, these fucking bigots, are incapable of heroism. Incapable.
So again, I will say, I think Squid Tips is giving it, like, even the framing allows for too much goodwill towards cops. It really does. This idea of like them being, like not understanding that they're there for community service is like, no. It's because they aren't. Like, that is the idea that people are sold about what policing is meant and meant to provide and meant to do with our tax dollars. But that's never really been the functional reality of police in America. Like, it is this idea of the old whistling Bobby swinging a fucking nightstick and helping kids and grannies cross the road. That's not police. It never has been. That's propaganda. Christian Garcia, DD, sorry for joining late, was watching The Bride. It's okay, because The Bride is a movie I quite liked. The Bride whips.
Capable of valor. There are thousands of trans people in Seattle, and 0 of them should ever have to experience these motherfuckers in their...
Awesome, Stella. He's well aware he's very anti-cop, just calling this specific thing out too. Yeah, I get that. And this feels very much like a lot of it is speaking from the heart. And hey, I know when you're talking off the cuff, sometimes things don't come out the way you might want it to. Ha! Crochet Whimsy 413. So Bada Panada's thing is to accuse pro-Palestine people of being Zionists in order to make his audience think he's calling out wolves in sheep clothing. Yes. That is basically the role that he has taken on for himself. And that's how I got in the fucking crosshairs. Because, 2 years ago, I wasn't as woke. I wasn't as educated. I wasn't as well spoken, and I wasn't as informed on the topic of Gaza and Palestine like I am now. And he really wants to make it seem like I'm like I have people now out there because of Bad Empanada being like, oh, I'm a Zionist. And it's very frustrating because it's like, no, I'm not. It's just he wants to rap anybody on the hands that doesn't match his definition of what good activism looks like. And I feel like that's borne out by the fact that when we were arguing on Twitter a couple days ago, it came down to him just basically getting mad that I would critique him about other stuff because, and almost in verbatim in his words, I don't remember exactly the wordage, but why would I critique? Why do I think I can be a political commenter if I wasn't entirely 100% on that one issue? And it's like, but what about all the other, like there is a lot of issues to talk about in the world. I don't know. It's very frustrating.
Ever. The truth is these small, immature, childish men resent that we are doing this job better than them. They are insecure because they are just standing there doing fucking nothing. And when we come in and actually put in effort, they realize how fucking insignificant and unnecessary they are. Look at how sick and satisfied this guy is at his behavior in this moment. How funny and cool he feels like he is being a fucking bully. Well, I don't know this guy's name for sure, but I did look at it and it kind of looked like Jay Matthews to me. So I did just a quick little Google search. I saw that there's a Jonathan named Matthews and he's got a whole bunch of OPA complaints. So maybe these are the same people, but anyone from SBD or the executive that wants to look into this guy, yeah, there you go. Look for his body cam on that day. You let me know. Is this what I should expect from our tax dollars? All right, I'm gonna sit down because we are gonna talk about the attack now. I'm gonna show you what that looked like. I think I look pretty good in belly shirts. This attack was a clusterfuck. So I'm gonna focus on showing you the highlights. I highlighted a name to.
I will say one of my biggest problems with playing Shenmue is that I've had this happen before where I get a couple of minutes into Shenmue and then I just wish I was playing Yakuza instead. Like that's the big problem I'm having right now is I just wish I was playing Yakuza.
Couple who seem like obvious starting points for this investigation to the collusion to attack me and my friend. And I'll remind you one more time before I show this video that after getting to the jail, Jay was not charged with a crime.
I'm gonna move to the left of me.
What about your business?
Cover. I see a bunch of STD lights.
Are you? What are you doing? Go ahead, go for it. Oh, go. Stop.
Jesus fuck. God damn. Is it fair to describe security and mall cops as diet cops? I mean, no, because I've worked security. Security, it depends on where you're at and what you're doing, but security is by and large just a fucking job. Like, it can be sought out by former members of police. It can be sought out. Like, there are links between that. And yeah, there are people who fucking fail out of the academy or can't cut it in the military that go into security. But by and large, like, bouncers are, like, I've known a lot of cool bouncers. Bouncers are not in the same league of chud, you know, so to speak. Security guards, like if you're, you know, a night guard and stuff like that, probably a little bit closer. It really depends. Have I played Disaster Report? I've played Disaster Report 4 and City Shrouded in Shadow. And I want to get City Crisis at some point too on the PS2. But goddamn, just look at this shit. Grabbing them. Nope. Stop. Grabbing and throwing to the ground. No shit. They fucking dropped all charges because they Yeah, 11 is to tea time. Yes. Also, bouncers, I can confirm, are trained to de-escalate. Hello, Kevin. Hello, Con. Oh, she wants pet so bad, you little baby Kevin.
Stop.
Just like purely, you can see him. All right, we're gonna watch. Oh my God, Cat. We're gonna watch one more. All right, let me. Save real quick because this cat is driving me crazy. Oh, I know what'll be fun to play real quick on a stream. There we go, chat. This will get all you on board. Yeah, like watch him go up to this bike and then grab the person and fucking, like, you can see him wind up to push her over.
Stop.
Or let me actually go full screen so y'all can see, because here he is, like literally winding up to push them over against the fucking car. Like full fucking force. Jake GB, thank you for $5. Disagree with the ACAB narrative, but I hate how American cops can even be rude verbally. After all, if a store worker yells at customer, they get fired. Yeah, like it's, I mean, but that's part of the reason why people say ACAB, because it's not, ACAB is not a personal judgment. I think people take it as this like, oh, you are a evil, bad person. It's like, no, you are representative of a system of violence. You are representative of a system of subjugation. Like that's what it is. That's when people say all cops are bastards. That's why.
Stop.
Fuck. Just like right onto the hood and God. Ugh. Hate that shit.
Well, now you're going through your arrest, dude.
Attempt to elude. Attempt to elude. Attempt to. What the fuck is an attempt to elude, dog? No, cat. God, you are so. Just stay in my lap, honey. I gotta trim your claws again.
It's called eluding. It's a felony. I got the bike. Okay. Yeah. Pull him out by the bike. Yeah. I turned it off. I got the bike. Go ahead, pull.
What I think is obvious, but I'll call out, is that both me and Jay had no idea what was about to happen. This was so unlike any situation we'd ever been in, and I told her and everyone else specifically, hey, ignore the cops, don't worry about it. They walked up to me and said basically nothing. So it was like super confusing. What the fuck was even going on? And the dude walks up to Jay and then immediately pushes her into the vehicle saying that she was trying to elude. I don't know. It seems pretty natural to me to try to grab your bars to stabilize your body when someone looks to grab you while you're riding your bike. Look how fucking hard they jam her into that vehicle and then just instantly rip her back. Not even paying attention to like where the bike is, where her legs and shit are. Zero concern for her safety. Investigating this collision here of them pushing her bike into the SPD cruiser is why they said they had to fucking steal her camera. Like they couldn't get that shit off body cam or the fucking million cameras on those cruisers.
Let go of your hands. Let go of your hands or I'm gonna start striking you.
God, what the, like, how the fuck? Oh my God, she just wants to be right here on my shoulder. But then you get up there and you don't know what to do. I'm not gonna hold you there. I'm not gonna just hold you there, Goofus. Oh, she said, okay. Yeah, see, I'm just gonna... What? If you... Yeah, and now you're stuck. Now you're stuck. What are you gonna do? Yeah. Ooh, I'm gonna shake it till you're done, cat. Ooh, I'm gonna shake it till you're done. Ooh, I'm gonna shake it till you're done.
If you grab your hands again, I'm gonna start striking you. Do not do that. Stop grabbing your hands. Again.
So this is Caleb Howard and Dominic Traynor. We're going to talk a lot about Caleb here in a second, but just notice what he's doing here. This don't touch your hands together. I'm going to strike you. I'm going to strike you. Like looking for fucking excuses. I don't know if any of y'all have ever had your hands in handcuffs or pulled behind you by the cops, but there's not a lot of things to do with them. And it's pretty difficult. Like they don't want you to move them from being near your fucking back, the small of your back. So you're like kind of naturally one hand on top of the other. Listen to the way all these cops talk to her, threatening her with felonies, and this Caleb Howard guy threatening to strike her over and over. Look for yourself in the video. Watch her fucking hands. Who's in danger? What's the risk? So let me pause for a second and really deep dive on Caleb Howard and how much he loves fucking violence.
A 2-year veteran of the Seattle Police Department is on administrative leave after he allegedly hit another police officer and strangled the officer's 17-year-old son. The incident was reported last August after a backyard barbecue hosted by another Seattle officer. A police report says that officer, Caleb Howard, was off duty and was drinking heavily at the party. The report says he began wrestling the teenage boy and then began, quote, aggressively forcing the teen's face into the concrete patio. When the boy's father tried to intervene, Howard struck him in the face using a closed fist. Charges were not filed until February of this year, and documents filed in court do not mention that Howard is a Seattle police officer.
And what a surprise, some simple Googling found that he got extremely drunk at another cop's barbecue party where he hit on his underage daughter, offered her booze, and then wrestled his son, who apparently agreed because he was really uncomfortable. Like, obviously the dude was drunk and totally unhinged and out of control, so he just agreed to try to get him to calm down. But during that fight, Caleb apparently smashed his head into the concrete and then choked that kid out. He was only stopped when the father tried to intercede, and then Caleb punched him in the face too. Of course, none of that's enough to get fired from SPD. That just gets you a 30-day suspension.
You fucking
In
shit.
2022, he was pursuing a stolen vehicle that started to drive erratically, and he was told by his commanding officer to stop the pursuit, of which he ignored that and proceeded to drive erratically following that car and almost hitting 2 pedestrians. And of course, even though that almost killed some people, that's just a written reprimand. You know, I think I might have found a pattern here in which they take the most violent, aggressive, problematic motherfuckers, the dudes that can't even keep their anger in to prevent them from road raging while they're behind the wheel of an SPD vehicle, and send them to the bike squad. So yeah, this history is a big reason why I think we need to investigate this motherfucker. I find it highly unlikely he is not connected, and his pattern of inappropriate behavior with young women continues.
What was it? There was a story that just came out today about somebody who, oh God, I can't remember it, but it was another cop that, they found 400 or 4,000 or some insane amount of child abuse materials from, this cop who is, it's another story of like, oh, this cop is a staple of the community and everybody loves him, and who could have figured it out? And it's like, fucking anybody, dog. Like, cops are the number one. Like, they are some of the most rapist people you can possibly get. God damn it, I did it again. Oh, made it. Okay.
In this moment. Yeah, I'm sorry, but like, I'm gonna call
I know,
it like
I'm trying.
I see it.
I'm
It
trying.
kind of seems like maybe there's a lot of SPD officers who look for excuses to sexually assault trans women. Show me how I'm wrong. He doesn't respect her gear, just kind of chucks her helmet over to the side. Motorcycle people know that when shit like that happens, you're supposed to replace it. I don't, but you're supposed to, because it impacts the integrity and safety of it. They fucking roll her around to invasively complete this fucking search where they find, I don't know, pamphlets, bubble gum. I think they expected like knives and guns and shit, and I think they were really fucking disappointed they didn't get anything. Now we're going to take a step back for a bit of an intermission by watching and seeing how fucking stupid this guy is.
I'm going to get this to the sidewalk, wait for a tow. I'm going to get to the sidewalk, wait for a tow.
Nehemiah, Nehemiah, thank you very much for $5. Hey there, how you doing? Fun fact, 40% of cops are really cool people. Just search up 40% of cops on Google for more information. Did cops know she was trans? I don't know. It doesn't matter, honestly. Like, if anything, I would say that knowing somebody is a trans woman puts them at far more danger because of how trans women are perceived.
Has anyone got on that? I'll get on that. I was taking care of it. Did you get it neutral yet? No, not yet.
And it recorded all of their shit. It recorded all of... Oh, that's good. Cheese Gimp. Gimbap, thank you for following. And Can Panda, thank you for following. It's a kickstand. Fucking bike shorts? What?
Yeah, I'm Sergeant Newsom. Do you have any medical conditions or injuries? Anything to see a doctor for? Do you have the medication you need? Medication prescribed? What is that? Yeah. You want to crash down on the top? Okay. The officers need your Miranda warning? I can't wait. No, keep it. Demonstrate your hearing. I didn't know what's going on.
Fat Dragons, have I played Saturnalia? Yeah, I'm pretty sure I didn't play much of it. It was one of those I always wanted to get back to. But Fat Dragon, so this year I am doing a kind of a year-long challenge to only play games from the PlayStation 2 era. For the most part, I'm really trying to keep it there. And when I say era, I define that as like Dreamcast to the PSP. So just for that. Oh, that was close. How dare you?
Sorry to interrupt, but this is important. The shooter who murdered my sweet little Daniel.
As tends to happen, the cops are really excited about the motorcycles and kind of fighting about who gets to kind of push it around. Who gets to ride it for 2 fucking seconds. You'll notice he has a bit of a problem with this. He's trying to fucking around with the levers on the right-hand side, like pushing, grunting. What's the deal? Well, again, because he's a dumb fuck, and this is an e-bike, he thinks he's pushing the right-hand lever, which is the rear brake, and he keeps pushing that, thinking it's the clutch, trying to put it.
Well, so Dante Namikaze, PSP is technically 7th gen, but I'm doing it more along the lines of like technological achievement, because it's kind of like a less powerful PS2, and the PS2 generation went abnormally long when a lot of PSP games were ported to the platform. So it's like, it was this weird middle ground where it's like, okay, am I going to not play Liberty City Stories because it was on PSP, even though it has a PS2? So I just kind of folded it into it anyway, because it's like,
into neutral, which he says right into the camera. But yeah, that's just a brake lever. So he's trying to push it and smashing the right brake levers. He's pushing it and wondering, why isn't this going forward? Until he finally just gets off and pushes it, and it works. SPD's best and brightest on display. I noticed a number of these dudes taking photos with what looks like iPhones. I really fucking hope those are work provided and they're not taking photos with their personal phones. It would be a wildly inappropriate thing to do. But I want to be totally clear, and something I expect since this arrest was completely illegal is that all of my data is purged from SPD's systems. Because here's the thing that SPD knows. Even if they give you a bullshit charge, like they did for me, they still got to take pictures
hell
of my
yeah,
helmet
Rainbow
and my
Wings.
bike
Let's fucking
and my
go.
tattoos and get a bunch of data about me and put it in their little fucking system so that if something comes up in the future, they can point back to this and say it's a pattern. Because if I get pulled over for reckless driving again, there is a record that I was pulled over for reckless driving. And a judge might look at that and say, oh, look, there's a pattern here. And I don't know how you got out of that
And
one, but
bunny
we're
ears.
going to
Fuck,
definitely
we're
get
so
you this
fucking
time.
up, chat.
Or if they just want an easier time of tracking my bike and my helmet and me as I move through our community. So yeah, I want my data purged. I want it purged from the backups. I want it purged
Look
from
at
the
this
little
guy.
fucking
This guy
cloud
whips.
systems and all that shit.
This
that it
guy
goes on with
fucking
all
whips.
That. Get that fucking shit out. It's not yours. And the fact I have to clarify all this is a big reason I don't support adding any more automated license plate cameras or surveillance systems for SPD, because they've demonstrated they cannot be trusted to be good stewards of our data. All right, so now we are at the moment. They harassed me about my license. I gave them my fucking license. Oh no, that came back clean. So they're like, well, how about insurance? How about this? They're trying to come up with more tickets to give me. And then I start talking about Rollins and how frustrating it is that
Henry
I
Rollins?
can't get my fucking records request from him after he said he supported ICE and treated me like a piece of shit, just like they're doing. And I look my head up, and who do I see but Officer Rollins?
Matriarch type. I will continue to fight for this collab house. Oh yeah, I have to. Fuck, I totally forgot. Matriarch type. We were gonna do a collab at some point. Oh my god, I've completely fucking forgot that. Gamer Graham, thank you for subscribing. I am the fucking worst when it comes to shit, especially collabing with other creators, because I just think about it. Just yeah.
And after I make that well known, you will see.
Sorry, I will reach out to you soon about that. I was gonna say I haven't forgotten, but I literally just said I did. Look at this guy. Look at him fucking vibing. Hell yeah, bro. Thank you.
So this is just a reminder that in that previous video, I showed evidence of Rollins reckless driving his giant fucking pickup down Aurora right in front of me. What are the odds that he just happens to be a part of this bicycle crew? So
what
getting
the
this
fuck? Why are they
360
teaching the children a go-go dance in this? What the hell is wrong with this school? Y'all motherfuckers need Jesus.
Angle was great, but what was even better was realizing that I had even more evidence of this targeted attack, because not just was Rollins in that bike crew, but there was another guy in that car that night that I saw them, that they pulled me over, they pulled some bullshit and then let me go. He had a partner named Freiler, and Freiler was also part of the bicycle crew.
I'm sorry, Freiler? Freiler? Freiler's crazy. Freiler's an insane... Freiler, like Fry and Skyler, that's like a white upper crust fucking, like, they have two kids, Freiler and Hunter, that's somehow spelled with two fucking Y's. No, chill face, you misunderstand. I am not good with technology. You see in the latest Dreamcast homebrew community develops, they got twin stick controls now and color VMUs in GTA 3. That is fucking insane. That's insane. I love that though. No, it's one of those things I look at from afar and I'm like, that's cool. I'm glad people are doing it.
He was the other guy that seemed super excited to move the bike. He seemed a little more competent, just like he did the night that I got pulled over. I talked about how SPD put my helmet in a really precarious way on one of the hood of their vehicles, and they did the same thing with Jay, you know, putting it on its side instead of clearly on its bottom so that it was more secure. At a minimum, it feels like they don't give a shit about the integrity of our property. If
we gotta do it, we gotta pump up the jam here for a second. Everybody shut the fuck up. We gotta do it to him.
I got to find my lost beat.
I'm sorry about that. That's on me. That's on me again.
Seem happy, but they sure trying to get me. Had to back them up with the fist metal crackle. I'm hearing someone saying you a chicken, don't be scared. It had I searched and I searched as I climbed up the wall, and then I started to fly. I went in deeper. Let it get to me. I'm just gonna creep down Pumpkin Hill. I got to find my lost piece. I know that it's here. I sense it in my feet. The great emerald's power allows me to feel. I can't see a thing, but it's around somewhere. I gotta hold my head. I have no fear.
What mod am I playing? Nothing. Did you hear about the lawsuit the artist who did the song did? No. Is that Knuckles and Pumpkin Hill? Yeah, hell yeah it is. Jake GB, thank you for $5. You should need a master's in crim justice to be a beat cop and PhD to be a detective. Yes, plus army experience to be on a TAC team like in Germany or in France. Oh yeah, like there are so many. Look, I would love a world in which policing could be abolished. That is probably not the world we will, unfortunately, ever live in. But there are so many measures that should be taken to make sure police and detectives are far more qualified than the D-grade high school dropouts we get now. Like, if you have somebody in your community whose literal job it is, and this is going back to an institutional problem, not just something that can be easily fixed. If you have somebody whose job it is to respond to mental health crises, to respond to violent situations, to respond to domestic abuse, you need somebody who is a fucking qualified as a therapist, or qualified enough to handle those situations with more nuance than just shooting somebody. It's crazy. Ugh. Yeah, no, you're right.
Not the intent to actually destroy it accidentally. Now, while this happening,
have I played Labyrinth of the Demon King? I have actually.
Do you
I liked
see? My count was between 15 and 20. Every one of those cops is $120,000 a year just sitting there doing fucking jack shit. This is a crystal clear example of how SPD misuses community funds, and a very obvious case for why they do not need more money or cops. In addition to sitting there doing nothing, they are actually impacting traffic now. They are blocking off things. They are slowing things down. They are making it harder for other people to make their way through our community. And the thing that really frustrates me is how does this look to the broader community? What I see is reinforcing the stereotype of the reckless biker. Not just that I was being arrested, by how many cops you needed to take us down. There was 7 to 10 people standing around for every one person arrested. And again, Seattle Times just ran the propaganda excuse that reckless driving and wheelies on the sidewalk. This is how cops front run actual narratives, how they tell the stories for the community to justify their existence and their hyper-aggressive policing actions. The cops have no incentive to tell the truth. They have all the incentives to lie through their fucking teeth in order to make themselves look good. Because local media doesn't act as a check on the cops at all, because they do not want to damage their access to information. The cops are a great source of easy stories, you know, throwing them an arrest, a car crash, whatever, being the first one on the scene to be able to get the video. Like, that is all very beneficial.
A little quieter
for
now? Okay, I'll turn it down.
Mainstream
there you go. That
media
should be a little bit better.
Not that those are the things that the community should be paying the most attention to because they're the most impactful to their lives, but because they're more popular. You know, people love spectacle and death and violence. And local news and the mainstream media is not interested in enriching people. It's
if Dee Dee's favorite Sonic character isn't Shadow, I'm suing for honey. You know my favorite Sonic character.
They allow Jay's camera to keep running.
Like my favorite. Okay, for the purposes of Koa being Shadow, yes, Shadow is my favorite Sonic character. But I feel like the answer is pretty.
Couldn't stay running, and again, that is all on film. Would love a clarification from some sort of leadership position at SPD on what those policies are supposed to be. Because Jay's camera is running in the evidence bag, you can actually hear some of our conversation in the back of the police van.
Hey, Squid. They fucking tackled your ass. I screamed at them about that. I want you to know. That was so unbelievable. That was so fucking unbelievable.
So you guys know you're being recorded, okay? We got cameras.
I'm chilling in here, dude. You know, it's my fault. I trusted SPD to not like be fucking bricks about it. They gave you a seatbelt? No one didn't. They were trying to Freddy Gray you.
Why don't I have more? Was it?
Across all of the benches right now.
Some people just don't get it.
What?
That Squarespace isn't just for websites. You
Ah!
can get a domain from Squarespace.
You can hear me being very concerned that she wasn't seatbelted in, and also that there are, in fact, video cameras in the back of those SPD vans, which I can't wait to get the footage from. These bullshit target arrests also are great fodder for right-wing influencers who mine through the arrest data in order to then broadcast those people.
Yeah,
for
I have
doxing
my
and
look.
harassment,
I have my favorites.
Basically, just repeating whatever the cops' claims are. Now, for some reason, in this case, all the normal right-wing doxers and harassers weren't interested in picking up the story. There's some interesting conversation at the precinct that I can't fully hear, and so I'm not gonna prove or spend the time totally laying out. But one of the other funny parts is when they pull the camera out and realize it's still recording. And I think the sergeant forgot about that. This guy right here, S. Yama, yeah, sometime after they power this camera off, he's the one that actually drops it in the evidence room at 3:04 p.m. I still remember it very specifically. So that's the video I got to show you today. There's the receipts proving exactly what I said happened. So the question is what comes next? Well, for me, it's getting my camera back and posting that.
So now
footage.
I want to.
Currently,
I know I have
the
better
detective who
photos
has
than
that
that
is
to show
dragging
too.
his fucking feet. Not super surprising. While I wait for that, I'm going to start the process of building out the complaints against all of these officers. I'm still working on getting my bail money and my no plate ticket resolved. I mean, there's still so much just bullshit I have to deal with because of this. Now, in the interim, what I would hope to see is an investigation. I would hope to see the beginning process of the leadership of SPD, Sean Barnes, or failing it to be Sean Barnes, you know, Katie Wilson, her campaign, you know, like the executive of this city seeing this, identifying that this is a marginalized community that is actively under attack and doing something about it. That's what I expect.
Newly appointed Chief Sean Barnes.
So this is really quick. I found it on Twitter. This is one of my favorite cosplays I did. This is one that I ended up, Jake GB, thank you for $2. I browsed the fucking internet without an ad block. I live dangerously. Although I think I'm gonna have to get more of an ad block going soon. But you know, I did, and you can see in this, I actually have I got a full chaos. I wonder where that chaos emerald went. I got a big old thing for that. And this is one of my favorite photo sets. I fucking loved the way it came out. They let me actually do a photo set in an art gallery for like a heist thing that I really enjoyed. Unfortunately, and I still have the wings and stuff, but I never ended up doing a lingerie set for this one. So I need to still. It's on my list.
Landed in Seattle last night.
Now, Barnes will be taking over after former Chief Adrian Diaz was placed on leave and then eventually fired.
Chief Sean Barnes is SPD's 9th chief in the last 25 years, if you count interim Chief Sue Rohr. Now, he plans to bring consistency to a department that's had quite the revolving door of leadership. Sean Barnes is officially in Seattle.
I'm excited, ready to go. A lot to learn, a lot of people to meet.
The former chief for Madison Police says he has the lived experience and professional resume to help lead the Seattle Police Department into their next phase, rebuilding trust. For him, it starts with transparency.
You have to be able to communicate early and often with your community, good or bad. And you have to be able to communicate the things that are ongoing challenges. And I commit that I will do that.
Barnes is a nationally recognized leader for reducing crime, improving community police relations, and driving culture change.
I am still a big fan of Katie Wilson. I absolutely want to see so many of the things that she ran on, campaigned on, come to fruition. I truly do believe her and her campaign can make massive progress. There's so much to do. But if we do not take this seriously, if they do not ensure that there is accountability in some sort of reasonable time frame and preventing SPD from doing all of the bullshit they have done for decades now to avoid it, I fear that SPD is going to try to trigger some sort of unrest in order to undermine her campaign and her priorities.
This, Christian nationalist people came to our city and they chose Cal Anderson Park, and then after they did that, they went to City Hall. And in both of those situations, SPD played a pivotal role in ensuring that those people were protected. And it felt very much weaponized against the community that really was not super happy about that. What do you feel about all that situation? What do you feel about accountability for SPD?
Yeah. Now, regardless of where that protest ended up being held, I think the city really needed to work very closely with the counter-protesters, organizations organizing counter-protests, and keep a leash on SPD and try to get SPD on the same page of, we are de-escalating, right? We know that what Trump wants, what these right-wingers want is conflict. They want this explosive conflict that they can, show the world. We don't want to give them that, right? And now getting SPD on that page, I'm not saying that's going to be easy because, you know, they have been known to escalate rather than de-escalate and be a little bit free in their use of those crowd control weapons, right? But that's what we need to do, right? Like, they need to see their job as protecting not just the people coming to protest, but the people coming to counter protest and our Seattle residents who are there standing up for LGBTQ plus folks, right? So that's going to require obviously a shift in SPD that is going to be hard, but like we gotta fucking do it.
It's really not satisfying to come to the logical conclusion that the police department is filled with people that fucking hate the community, hate trans people, hate immigrants, are totally in line with this fucking cult right-wing mentality. I can tell you very confidently that the people I am in community with, and by that I don't just mean my motorcycle people, I mean the larger activist community around Seattle doing various forms of actions for lots of different causes and communities. We are really fucking tired of SPD being this overseer class. Every time they talk about protecting the community or keeping us safe, we just roll our fucking eyes because it's very obvious that the only policing that is done in this community is that which they believe will improve their bargaining rights for their contract. A contract that was basically not even negotiated by the previous mayor. He just handed them everything they wanted. People need to be fired over this, and fired fast. This tax-funded gang shit needs to end rapidly. I don't give a shit if cops are fired without going through the contract process. If cops walk because of that, good. If the entire department goes on fucking sick, good. As far as I'm concerned, that is getting violent criminals off of our streets. That is doing a community service. We do not need a hyper-violent police force that utilizes traffic and property crime in order to justify.
Alrighty, so that is that video. Thank you very much. Sorry, I was looking through shit. Thank you very much, Stella, for bringing that to our attention. We have time. Let's start the history of 4chan. I've been meaning to watch this. I've been excited to watch this. MLYP, much like you're posting, friend of the channel, friend of the show, has put together a very well-researched, I believe, I hope, a video on the brief history of 4chan.
Watch hit movies
this
and
is something
TV
that
shows
I
on
find
YouTube.
There's
fascinating.
something in his house. Person or website.
He may, and I'm.
Why don't I have any gems? I do. So that's the thing. I know I have. Like, I'm literally holding a gem in this pic. I'm gonna have to try and find. I don't remember where the fuck those went.
I'm sure we're gonna be able to get some more confirmation on this as the hours and minutes go on. He may have been just a system administrator who knew his way.
A group of anonymous internet users used star constellations, flight radar data, and the position of a single tree to locate a flag that was being live streamed from a secret location somewhere in the world. It only took them 3 hours to track it down. This flag was part of an anti-Trump art installation by actor Shia LaBeouf. He'd put it up specifically to be unfindable. Anonymous internet users helped coordinate the single most successful political meme campaign in history, putting their thumb on the scale and helping put a reality TV host into the White House partly on the back of jokes about a cartoon frog. In 2008, these same anonymous users took on the Church of Scientology and won. They showed up to protest in Guy Fawkes masks outside Scientology buildings in 14 countries. Mainstream news outlets had no idea what they were looking at. These same users also gave us Rickrolling, Lolcats, Rage Comics, Wojaks, Pepe the Frog, the SCP Foundation, and QAnon. Every single one of those things can trace back to the same website. A website that has been financially precarious since the day it was launched in 2003. Blacklisted by every major advertiser, investigated by attorneys general, and blocked by governments worldwide after mass shootings. It's still online. It's called 4chan. And the thing that people always struggle with, the brick wall I keep hitting with while writing this video, is how do you even describe
Here is an example. Here is an example of my I had a gem in that one. It's only God, my hair has gotten so long in the last year too. That's crazy.
It's an image board, a website made up of nothing but text and images. It's the boogeyman of the internet. But when you try and get into the details, you end up either underselling it completely or making it sound like a supervillain's origin story. So let me try and explain it properly. And to do so, I have to go all the way back to 1995. Because unfortunately, it all started with terrorism.
At the height of the morning rush hour in the world's most crowded underground system, the madness of indiscriminate murder. More than 3,000 subway passengers were affected. Several people had been seen planting packages at stations and on a number of trains.
The unseen chemicals striking people down in a matter of seconds.
Oh my god. Yeah, okay. After this stream, I need to fucking after this stream, I need to fucking get ad blocker. Y'all are right. Y'all are right. Y'all are right.
Where they're going.
On the 20th of March 1995, members of a Japanese doomsday cult called Aum Shinrikyo boarded trains on 3 lines of the Tokyo subway system. During the morning rush hour, they released sarin gas. Sarin is a nerve agent. It was developed as a chemical weapon during World War II, and exposure to even a tiny amount is enough to kill you. Over a dozen people died. Thousands more were injured, some of them permanently. It remains one of the most devastating terrorist attacks in Japanese history, and it happened on a Monday morning to people just trying to get to work on the train. That same year, someone made a game about it. Actually, people made 2 games. The first one is called The Story of Kamakashiki Village, developed by a small outfit called Happysoft. The name is, I would assume, chosen.
See, like, this is shit I'm already locked in because this is shit I never knew. I've never learned about this. This is awesome.
Purely to antagonize.
I mean, it's not awesome, but I
It was released on June 29th, 1995, less than 4 months after the attack. You play as Shoko Asahara, the cult's leader. You manage operations, you indoctrinate your followers, and you solicit money from them. The game's own advertisements, placed in an underground magazine called Game Urara, which is known primarily for shock images and pirated software, described the player's role as, and I'm quoting directly here, selling off your own saliva, blood, cum and such to stupid believers. The advertisement also included the line, "We have absolutely no relation with Aum Shinrikyo. We hate them." The game has 2 endings. You win by carrying out the sarin attack, you lose and the world ends in Armageddon. It used real footage of the cult that the developers had pulled from news broadcasts, and the soundtrack was music actually sung by Asahara himself, which the developers had apparently obtained and decided to use ironically. It was sold by mail order only and came on 12 floppy disks for the price of 14,500 yen. Some people have claimed that this game was actually created by the cult itself as propaganda.
That's fucking mail or god damn. See, I'm just like I don't even really have anything to say about this outside of Happysoft. Probably not. I doubt it's related to Happysoft. Although fucking I don't know, the Aum Shinrikyo shit is crazy. So I wouldn't be surprised if there were some ties to Happy Science.
Propaganda. I can't find any evidence that it was, and to most, the footage, the imagery, the music, all looks like it's being used to mock them. The advertisement alone makes that explicit. Within months of a nerve agent attack that had killed over a dozen people and injured thousands more, the Japanese underground had already turned it into a product. Not out of reverence, but more out of contempt. The internet has always had a cultural reflex towards transgression. The game that directly connects to where we're going is called Kasumi Gaseki, named after one of the stations where Aum Shinrikyo carried out the attack, released the same year, distributed through underground channels to people who knew where to look. Where Kamakashiki Village was satire, Kasumi Gaseki was very much not. Again, you were one of the cult members. Your goal is to place 5 gas canisters around the Tokyo subway system and harm as many...
Okay, last picture of Vesper for the Rouge the Bat. I quite like this one. This one turned out really fun.
commuters as possible. There's no real ending to this game. No score screen with a moral weight. No punchline. It's just the act of killing people over and over.
Well, and that it looks like a fucking like Japanese subway map too. God, that's like that also was the style. Not that style isn't the right word, but there were edgier games at that point too. You know, it was shit. Chillface, I'm Vesper. It was shit that's like, you know, Postal and stuff like that.
Developed by a completely anonymous creator who has never been identified to this day.
Matsi Japunked, thank you for following.
A man named Masayuki Shiba liked this game so much that he built a place to share it. He created a text-only dial-up bulletin board called Ayashi Warudo.
Oh my god, is this the fucking origin? I know the Chans started in Asia. Oh, no. This is going to be... Okay, no, I know where this is going now. Okay.
Translates as Strange World. Its sole original purpose was to be a place to anonymously share mirror links to Kasumi Gaseki. But the thing about building an anonymous space with no rules is that people will fill it with whatever they actually want. And what they wanted turned out to be considerably broader than just one video game.
Probably just porn. Probably,
the original version of the forum closed within a few months
as
interest in the game faded, but Shiba wasn't done. He rebuilt Ayashi Warudo under the same name using a free trial of Digital Eden, a BBS service provider. Digital Eden publicly indexed his anonymous text board for the duration of this trial. By the time it ended, the hit counter had exceeded 400,000.
Jesus.
Pause on that number for a second. Getting 400,000 hits on a website in 1996 was not a small achievement. There's no algorithm surfacing it, no social media to share it. Just words spreading through IRC channels and early forums.
I thought I had...
Every single one of those potential users had found their way to an anonymous, effectively unmoderated bulletin board built by a man operating in the darkest corners of the internet.
This is how I move forward.
God, oh my
Start
God.
Your comeback today at purdueglobal.edu.
Smart founders know something most people miss. Get your domain name even if you're not ready to launch your business. With Wix, you can grab...
There was Doomwads of Oklahoma. Yeah, like, and that's the type of shit that would, you know, the Columbine shooters loved Doomwads and all that stuff. Like, there was a transgressive attitude to the internet where people would... I don't think people understood how those attitudes over time would tip the scales and the balance towards not only appealing to people who were genuinely mentally unwell, but then also contributing to making people more mentally unwell.
1997, it got exactly the kind of attention it didn't want.
Verana Tirith, thank you for following. Also, chat, so I recently, don't know why, I have a, I don't know why, I've just been getting into like 90s kind of edgy shit lately. I think it's been a combination of I've just been listening to older like new metal and playing PS2 games lately. Is there a good Hellsing anime? Because I'm reading the Hellsing manga again right now.
It's not terrorism this time. It's child murder.
Woof.
The Kobe child murders had an iron grip on Japan. A series of killings and assaults targeting children carried out by a 14-year-old who the press referred to as only Boy A due to his age. Then Ayashi Warudo poured fuel on the fire by leaking the alleged real name.
I don't know. There is something. Yeah, Brutus Maxim. That's a good way to put it. There was kind of a smearing shit on the wall attitude of the thousands internet humor. Just kind of tried to think of the most offensive thing, and it blew up. Well, it was also somebody was posting around people reacting earlier in like 2008 or 2009 or whatever to Two Girls, One Cup. And we don't really have that kind of video anymore. We don't really have that, like, shock video. Because I think, at one point, it's something that I think cuts itself off. Like, you don't want to encourage that because then people just continually try to escalate it. So in one way, I think it's also kind of morphed into our modern kick streamer and streaming ecosystem. But on the other hand, like, there was such a different attitude around that shit at the time with stuff like, you know, Goatsy. And it's like, yeah, it's fucking gross. It's awful. Faces of Death type shit. But, and it in a lot of ways, it laid the groundwork for this world where, yeah, people do purvey in this stuff. And they will send, I've had so many people send me gore of, like, trans people being murdered, mostly. And it's just like, it's sick in a lot of ways. What happened to those girls? They must be so traumatized. So one of the things going back to what I was talking about here, and I wonder if he's going to get into it. I find Japanese crime to be, again, darkly fascinating in the way I do have a fixation with history and true crime. Because, like, Japanese crime is not as common, obviously, you know, because we have fucking gun violence and all this stuff. But there is an extremity to the most notable cases of Japanese crime that just seems to make, and I don't know if it's just a Western perspective, but it seems to make even the most depraved shit we have over here shudder in comparison. Like, there is stuff, the fucking Junko, I forget her name, but the young woman who was just brutally murdered by a bunch of fucking street teens. The people who, like, will go on vile stabbing sprees, shit like this. Like, there is it's such, Junko Furuta, yes, it is so, I don't know. Maybe it's something. I'm sure there's got to be some good criminology or some good scholarship on it. If anybody has an article, I would love to fucking read it. Because it seems to me that there is a pressure in Japanese society, on all times in Japanese society, that I don't know. I don't know why that pressure just leads to the most explosive and depraved forms of violence.
Of the suspect.
Yeah, exactly. Ivan against cuisine. Japanese are very, like, there is a, like, restraint. There is a lot of respect. And I think, like, as much as we in the West, there is this fetishization of particularly Japanese, but also a lot of other Asian cultures and their notions of honor and, you know, the way we fetishize and mythologize, like the Bushido code and stuff like that. And I think part of it is in there. But yeah, I don't know. I think there is something deeply unhealthy at the heart of Japanese society that does speak to, like, I think in the same way that Americans, like, we go through these outbreaks of indiscriminate violence. I think it is just, it takes a different and more malicious form, I guess. I don't know. There's something, not to fucking pontificate about the difference between taking a life one way and taking a life another, but there is an abstraction. I think this is what leads to so many mass shooting killings in America. There's an abstraction that people, I think, try to convince themselves of. I think this is actually something that you could kind of see with the San Diego killers, where they Big Billy Badass, they were walking in there thinking we're going to be the next Brandon Tarrant, and they shot one or two people, got fired back on, and were like, fuck this, we're out, we're going to kill ourselves, right? And I think it's because there is, like I was saying, this abstraction that a lot of people fall into, where they're like, okay, no, shooting somebody, that's like a video game, that's like Call of Duty, this is easy, and you still have the mental effect, you still have the loss of life, you still have the tragedy that follows it. But it is functionally different for somebody to just shoot somebody dead than, like, a serial killer, than a prolonged, Junko, I just fucking forgot her name again. Junko, Juco Ferrata, thank you, Yenzo. Where it is just like you listen to that and it's stomach churning. You know, again, I don't want to try and pathologize too much the mental processes, the difference between somebody just bop shooting somebody dead, because that takes a lot of, you know, dehumanization, that takes a lot of radicalization, that takes a lot of somebody being fucked up, like really disturbed, to like kill somebody without feeling it. And Stage Left Theater, I see you, Koa. I see you. Yes, I love you, babe. You should have charge your phone. It is. I will see you. I'll see you in a little bit, honey. Yes, that is actually Koa. It's better, yeah, not to go into the gory details. And if you have a strong stomach, go. Like if you're interested in true crime and stuff. But the case of Junko Verada is like it's just I'm thinking about it right now and I'm like, it's one of those things that you read it and you're like, you do not how do I put this? Give me a second to kind of parse and organize my thoughts, what I'm actually trying to say here. It's one of those crimes that make you realize that when you thought you understood what human evil, what depravity looks like, you had no fucking clue. Like it is one of those things that, and I think I came across it pretty, you know, in like high school or something. Because like I said, I've always been fixated with true crime and stuff like this. Just I get that from my mom. I come by that honestly. There was a true, this is Vesper lore. There was a true crime photo book that my mom had when I was a kid, because my mom liked all that stuff too, and like I get my sense of the macabre and the morbid from her, definitely. And I found, much like I found the kind of the work of like special effects to be really fascinating, I found the work of investigation really fascinating. And so I was reading, you know, these picture books, or this one picture book that did have like it had pictures of real dead bodies. It had pictures of, you know, there were entire sections. There was one section that was all like, this is, you know, some of the most infamous gangland violence cases. These are some of the most infamous serial killers. These are, you know, here's Jack the Ripper and stuff like that. And so I think I was more exposed to violence and death and gore through that analytical framework, where I think you get into these spaces like 4chan, and a lot of people, and you see this in Nazi spaces, where they will literally mock Junko as a like example of like, oh, this is what should happen to all foids. Like they will literally weaponize this poor girl. And I think that it's a matter of normalization of that shit. That is, I don't know. It's rough. I can't. You know, I've spent so long looking into these things and reading about people like this, listening to podcasts, doing research, digging into these violent crimes, and I still have such a hard time even attempting to understand the mindset you have to reach. Magar, thank you for $5. There's a consistent trend in modern Japanese mythology. Temples are built to seal away unspeakable demons we have not dealt with until they get out. Interesting. Is that true? Yeah, exactly. Wild antic, presented as a joke and look around the room to see who's laughing type shit. That's... Yeah. All right, yes. All right, I am going to mod chat. Okay. Oh, well, first off, I'm not going to do Microsoft Edge. Ain't no fucking way. Ain't no fucking way. Ain't no fucking way, kid. But yes, I will look into it after the stream for sure. I ate my Priest of Brain 99. Thank you for following.
Full day after his arrest, but well ahead of any official disclosure. This is the first time you can see the pattern clearly. Anonymous spaces, plus breaking information, plus zero.
This is another thing. Sem, OV6YY, almost all the famous serial killers targeted women. This is something, so it's not just women. Women and people of color are at the highest risk of serial killers, or have been in the past. It's homeless people. Like I talk about it again in the video for The Suffering, this PS2 game that I'm kind of breaking down and examining through a sociological framework. Should be coming out Monday. I keep repeating this for anybody. I need people excited for this. I'm really fucking worried about how it's going to do. But one of the things you talk about, because there's a serial killer character in the game, is how often like poverty is tied directly to not just human trafficking, but murder and rape. Like when people are at the highest risk of low policing, low dependency, or ability to depend on medical or psychiatric care, they get preyed on by evil fucking people.
Accountability equals, well, let's just call it an unintended public release of information. The resulting wave of new users from this news coverage overwhelmed the servers entirely and took the site offline. The site spent months bouncing between hosts, using the downtime to redesign, eventually emerging with a chalkboard aesthetic of light text on a dark green background. The site expanded over time, with new boards for current events and general discussion marking a shift away from purely underground content. And as other competing forums closed, their users needed somewhere to go, and Ayashi Warado, fully anonymous and almost entirely unmoderated, was there waiting for them. It eventually became the hub for a subculture called Nanashi, meaning nameless.
I fucking love the work MLYP. I'm looking at this stuff and I am constantly, I'm constantly thinking about ways to put a little bit more style, put a little bit more swerve, and like the typeface, like this last thing, it's small details that I think you kind of have to be an editor, you kind of have to be a content creator to be able to like fawn over this shit. But it really does add a lot of polish, and especially because a lot of content creators know, and here's the dark truth for so much shit. We know that like a good 90% of people listen to all of our content like it was a podcast, and so many fucking people will never watch the visuals that we put a lot of time and effort into. So I do appreciate it.
Which became the foundational philosophy of Japan's underground internet in the late 90s. This was the idea that what you said mattered more than who was saying it, that stripping away identity was a feature, that the words will stand on their own. In practice, what this meant was doxing, software piracy, coordinated hacking, and organized site-wide trolling expeditions known as brigading all found a new home there, flowing through one of their own subboards called the Gesu board. Gesu translates as scum, a name its users wore with some pride. They had decided collectively that the rules everyone else had followed were for everyone else to follow. And it couldn't last. The hosting infrastructure was never built to handle the growth, and the frequent crashes made Shiba a target of harassment by his own users, which, if you ever run anything online at any scale, you will recognize immediately. In September 1998, he closed Ayashi Warado, posting a farewell message that read, "If I don't say anything, all sorts of speculation will arise about the reason for the closure, so I suppose I'll write a little about it. First of all, let me just say there's absolutely no pressure from authorities or any major corporation. None at all. It's more like the ones that will wipe out humans are humans, you know. Underground communities clashing and destroying each other. It's just so petty, isn't it? I just want to get along with everyone, but this is ridiculous." It's oddly touching that a man who built his community around a terrorist attack simulator ended up signing off permanently because people were being mean to him. There's a certain poetry to it.
I think, so I really love that he's underlining that poetry, because I do think that is the way that you see a lot of these things happen. The people who go into these places, you know, somebody was pointing it out with like Solomon Henderson. The people, when these dumbass Nazi shooters finally get groomed into taking innocent lives, they're not hailed as being fucking cool. That was the whole thing with this, the Modern Manifesto, the Sons of Tarrant, or whatever the fuck the San Diego shooters were calling themselves. Every other person that they tried to impress are making fun of them right now. They're calling them fucking losers. They're making soy jacks about them, because none of these people actually care about like convictions or making a difference. All they care about is fucking with other people and seeing how far they can push that. And that means that, like, if the person that you're talking to goes out and does a mass shooting, they're not being like, yes, finally, this is going to advance our agenda. No, they're making fun of that dipshit. They're making fun of all the people who died. Like, there is no safe space in these safe spaces for transgressive content at all. Make tails turn toward the camera.
Hosted some of the worst content the early internet could produce was ultimately killed. Not by the authorities or any outside force taking it down, but by its own users turning on the person running it. And as these users scattered, they needed somewhere to go. So they went to the first chans.
You're one sentence away from launching your website with Base 44. Since the beginning of the internet,
this is a test. This is a test. Oh, Christ.
The most significant place these scattered Ayashi users landed was a site called Amazoworld. It was created by a former Ayashi user whose true...
I do want to say it's incredibly funny that Tails has $1 million fucking bounty in this game. Date of birth, none. He's a... Yeah, because Tails is like Shaggy. He's an eternal entity. Hair, fox brown. Place of birth, none. Eyes, blue. Height, small. Complexion, fox. Weight, light. Sex, yeah. No, sex, male. Build, small. Race, fox. Occupations, none. Nationality, that's so fucking funny. Avalon of Babylon, there was another White House shooting. Nothing really happened. Nothing really happened.
Identity again remains unknown to this day. There's a lot of this happening in this story. He's referred to in what documentation still exists simply as Mr. Amazo. Amazoworld had been running since August 1997, quietly and modestly as a fairly unremarkable anonymous BBS. Nothing to really distinguish it from anything else at the time. But when Ayashi's World closed in September 1998 and thousands of homeless users suddenly needed somewhere to land, Mr. Amazo did something
Phoenix,
quite
let's go, Phoenix.
He rebuilt. At this point, every bulletin board worked the same way. All threads were displayed strictly chronologically. They lived and died by the time of their original creation, regardless of whether anyone was still talking in them. A thread started 3 weeks ago with 100 replies from today still sat buried under everything posted since. Mr. Amazo scrapped that entirely. He introduced what's called the floating thread system. Popular threads push to the top based on activity, not age. You reply to a thread, it rises. You ignore it, and it sinks, and eventually gets swallowed by anything newer. You can trace the fact that controversy
this highway seems somewhat unreliable. I don't know. This seems, I feel like the city should get on this.
Back to this one anonymous Japanese bulletin board in 1998. On October 28th, Amazo was featured as the pick of the day on Impress's Internet Watch, the most widely read Japanese website in 1998 for technology news. Getting the lead slot on Internet Watch was kind of the equivalent of getting featured on MSN or Yahoo in the West. An anonymous underground bulletin board landing that kind of mainstream recognition spoke to how quickly these fringe spaces were becoming something the wider internet was starting to notice, even if it didn't yet understand what it was looking at. Among those people paying close attention was a 22-year-old Japanese exchange student named Hiroyuki Nishimura, killing time in a college apartment in Conway, Arkansas, while his classmates went home for a summer break. He'd found Amazo and seen exactly what it was doing
Have a good one.
And he noticed exactly what it kept getting wrong. On the 30th of May 1999, he launched 2ch.net. He announced it in a post on Amazo itself, calling it quite deliberately Amazo's second channel. or rather, 2channel. And we'll come back to that because first, Amazo had to finish dying. Throughout the summer of 1999, Amazo deteriorated, ground down by rampant spamming, vandalism, and the same pattern of harassment that had killed every predecessor. Death threats were directed at Mr. Amazo, his personal information posted to every forum he was running. The only thing that limited the damage was that he never made his identity public in the first place. The exact date the website finally died is unclear.
I'm gonna give Phoenix,
the servers were so constantly up and down towards the end that nobody can really pin it down with any kind of accuracy. My sources say somewhere around December 30th, 1999. At this point, the pattern of these websites was clear. Build an anonymous space.
Hell yeah, Woody, let's go.
Watch it turn on itself, and then watch it die. And then repeat. In its final days, it was still serving as a bulletin board, hosting advertisements for other BBS sites. Among them were links to places like Licentious Notice Board. This is one of the earliest attempts of what we'd now recognize as an image board, a place where instead of just text, you could share images alongside it. It sounds obvious now, but in 1997 it was genuinely new. It had just not been conceived of before, and it didn't last long, leaving no direct successor, but the idea had been planted. Now, back to 2channel, because this is where that cycle finally
God damn it.
On the 30th of May 1999, in that college apartment in Conway, Arkansas, Hiroyuki Nishimura launched the site he'd been building while Amazo slowly fell apart around him. He was ostensibly there studying psychology at the University of Central Arkansas.
See, you should have just kept all your other stuff.
He eventually graduated, but not before launching what would become the largest internet forum in the world. The name was a direct reference to VHF Channel 2, the default input on the
I would be
RF
unhappy.
modulators
This
that
guy is
connected
not
the NES
happy I
and
fucked up
Famicom
his
to a
vibe.
televisions.
This Chow is unhappy I fucked up his vibe. He's like, damn, this Chow is gonna look at all the other Chows like, damn, I bet that other guy wishes he had somebody else's fits.
Set. The second channel, the one you switched to when you wanted to play. I'd also wager that by hosting it in Arkansas where he was, instead of Japan where most of his user base was, 2channel was able to bypass Japan's more restrictive censorship rules while remaining fully accessible from Japan. Whatever happened on those boards, Japanese law had a much harder time reaching it. He had watched Amazo and Ayashi carefully. He knew exactly what had worked and what hadn't. He took Amazo's floating thread system and built it on the one thing every predecessor had failed to find: a reliable server. That's obvious, right? It doesn't help that it's the thing nobody wants to write down on a whiteboard when they're explaining the history of the internet because it's too mundane, but it's true. Hiroyuki took everything Amazo and Ayashi had built and put it on an infrastructure that didn't collapse under its own weight. And because of that, this website didn't fall apart. It kept going. Early days were not smooth, though. Far from it. In the year 2000, barely 12 months after launch, a user posted a cryptic threatening message on 2channel about a bus in southern Japan. And then they got on that bus, stabbed multiple passengers, killing one. The message had been there on the site before it happened. Time is a flat circle. The more things change, the more they stay the same. You are going to see this happen on so many of these websites throughout history. This was the moment Hiroyuki's legal philosophy got its first real test. His position was quite clear, and he would repeat it consistently for the next 2 decades. His exact words were, "The reason why I don't pay compensation is that I think I am not responsible for what others post." He accumulated over 100 lawsuits as a result, or rather attempts at lawsuits. He consistently ignored summons and refused to pay damages. He only cooperated with the police when genuine threats of violence were involved. He drew the line right there, but critically, not an inch before it. This position made him a folk hero to some and a serious liability to others. By 2002, Google reported that the most searched word in Japan was 2channel. Isn't that crazy? Not a news story, not a celebrity scandal or event, just a bulletin board, run anonymously for anonymous users. Where Ayashi and Amazo had been defined almost entirely by underground content and technology discussion, 2channel had created hundreds of niche boards covering mundane, everyday topics alongside the usual chaos. Cooking, sports, relationships, local news, it eventually had over 1,000 boards in total. It had done something none of its predecessors had ever managed to do. It had gone mainstream. 2channel also introduced one more thing: trip codes. A short encrypted code generated from a password displayed alongside posts as a unique identifier. For the first time, you could establish a relatively consistent identity across multiple posts without ever revealing your real name. A way of being known without being known. This was an attempt to thread the needle between the Nashi culture that had defined the space in the beginning and the practical need to sometimes distinguish one voice from another. Records I found state that by 2007, 2channel was bringing in over 2.4 million posts per day, making it the largest internet forum in Japan. Dentsu Inc., the country's biggest advertising agency, reported that of the 2.8 billion articles, blogs, and forums it had analyzed for clients between 2006 and 2009, 2channel accounted for 75% of the content. Their spokesman said 2channel was extremely influential as an online information source and couldn't be ignored. A site that had grown directly from the same soil as a terrorist attack simulator, built by a student killing time in an Arkansas apartment, was now being discussed in corporate advertising reports. And it was this dominance that finally brought Mr. Amazo back out of retirement, angry and with an unlikely ally. Kazuhiko Nishi was the co-founder of ASCII Corporation, one of the biggest names in Japanese tech publishing. In summer of 2001, he went name searching, and whomst amongst us hasn't done this? He eventually found a thread about himself on 2channel and decided to argue with it. And then, having lost the argument to anonymous strangers on the internet, publicly denounced 2channel and, this is a direct translation, toilet graffiti,
you're fine.
And announced that he would build something better. Mr. Amazo had his own reasons to dislike 2channel, given the persistent rumors that Hiroyuki had been raiding Amazo in its final months. The two of them allied together and chose the name 1ch.tv. This was chosen deliberately if 2channel was the second channel,
I've never been
then
able to
one
do that
channel would
correctly.
assert itself as the legitimate first. They launched on October 5th, 2001, 2 full years after 2channel, and it failed almost immediately. Many such cases there, sadly. Strict content moderation drove away the exact users it needed, but the killing blow came in December 2001 when an admin botched a server reinstall. The misconfiguration exposed every single user's IP address along with the admin passwords, and the entire source code of the site. For a platform whose entire pitch was that it was safe, responsible, and trustworthy, this was about as bad as it could get. The staff board was readable, users could identify the moderators, just a complete shit show. Nishi later denied having anything to do with 1ch at all.
Still playing Sonic Adventure. You better say hi to Lady. She's fucking jazzed to see you right now.
Whether you're a seasoned off-roader or getting your vehicle trail ready, Harbor Freight has rugged off-road equipment for.
Yeah, she getting good pets right now.
Even back in 2001, 2channel was enormous. You know how I said Hiroyuki brought in stable servers? Well, he hadn't brought in enough stable servers. Enormous levels of traffic bring enormous instability. At this point, Hiroyuki was hosting the whole thing on his own private servers, and the infrastructure simply wasn't generating enough income to keep pace with its own growth. The site was, to be blunt, buckling under the pressure of its own success. Users who had watched Ayashi die and had watched Amazo die were starting to get that same funny feeling again. The pattern was so well established by now that it had almost become a ritual. Remember, build a space, fill it, watch it set itself on fire, and die. So they did what the Nanashi world had always done when something was about to collapse. Build a backup. On August 30th, 2001, a group of programmers from within 2channel's own community launched Futaba Channel, also known by its domain 2chan.net. The name translates as two-leaf. It started as a pure text board refuge, exactly what it was designed to be, to somewhere for 2channel users to land if the main site finally went under. But then something unexpected happened.
300.
The crisis was averted. Programmers from 2channel's Unix board identified critical inefficiencies in Hiroyuki's self-written code, and over the course of a few days in August 2001, they collectively optimized the server, reducing load by 90%. 2channel was saved. That meant Futaba was redundant as a backup, but rather than dissolve the product, its developers kept going. Over the following months, Futaba started evolving into something its creators hadn't originally planned. Users began needing to share images, not just text, so rather than using offsite hosts, they built that functionality directly into Futaba. What had started as a text board backup was quietly becoming an image board. The first dedicated image boards launched on Futaba in March 2002, and by June, secondary boards had been created to separate the focus topic.
I've played Sonic Adventure 2 enough that I hear the sound effects in the music. Because now it's doing that.
boards from the overflow of spam and increasingly extreme content.
Wants to
The
be
most
on a
notable of
shoulder
these overflow
for
boards
some
was called
reason.
Nijura, a Japanese pun that roughly translates as the hidden side, or dark side of the rainbow. They assigned it the designation B. And Futaba also released its underlying code as an open source, free for anyone to use, modify, or build on.
I fucking love
The
this
decision
guy. He's
wasn't
cool as
dramatic at the
shit.
time, it was just a practicality. But it would turn out to matter enormously.
Sparkle Wolf?
And for any of this to reach the English-speaking internet, one more thing would need to exist. A bridge to the West.
I don't want to say it's the Mary Sue of, like, fursonas, but it's essentially that.
On the 3rd of March 2003, a 16-year-old Japanese high school student named Tachiro Kosugi, posting under the handle RIR6, launched a website called World2CH. It was, to put it simply, an English version of 2chan, a place where
Look
Japanese
at
and Western
him.
internet users could actually
This guy
talk to
fucking
each other.
whips, dude. Chai.
Kosugi didn't speak English particularly well. This wasn't a criticism, just relevant context.
Oh no, I can listen to game audio. I know how to do that. I just I'm good.
For everything else that follows. The site started as a pure text board with the usual array of news, politics,
guy
and hobby
whips, look
boards,
at
and
him
for a
with his little
while,
fucking mohawk.
something genuinely strange was happening. Western and Japanese users coexisting on the same boards and posting in the same thread. They were importing 2-channel memes
You are
across
my
the
little
language barrier.
medical
It
experiment.
was barely
I'm just gonna
functional,
give
but that
you
was
all this
sort of the
shit.
point. There was a regular
these dumb
Japanese
little
user who
warthog
appeared in
horns I
nearly
can't get
every
rid of
thread
now.
where English was being spoken, demanding that the Americans remove their military bases from Okinawa immediately. Every time, without context or prompting, just remove the bases. His handle was Golgamoy. The Western users were fascinated by him. He became the site's unofficial mascot. The Western users who found their way there were mostly goons.
This is shit I
Say
did
it with me,
not
that
like,
kind of
I've
goon,
never heard
but
this
members
stuff,
of
and I've
Something
listened to a
Awful's
lot
anime
of, like, the
subforum
history of the Chans
ADTRW,
and,
who had stumbled across
like, the
World
Frederick
2CH
Brennan
and
shit and all that
recognized the
stuff.
format from their occasional ventures with Futaba channel. They were already familiar with how this worked. They just needed somewhere English to do it. And eventually, they talked Tachiro into adding an image board. He added 2, actually. One for general and one for more extreme content. This made World2CH the first public English-language image board, beating 4chan by a matter of months. Sadly, this beautiful thing did not last. Tachiro had sole control, and no one else was allowed to help, and he was also a high school student running a bilingual image board for users in completely different time zones, on free hosting with no backup systems. Of course it wasn't going to last, are you stupid? He started adding features that broke things, then fixed the features in ways that broke more things. Eventually, he broke the reply function entirely, said he'd fix it, stopped paying for the server, and then World2CH quietly went offline.
most of the
But there is one
4chan,
thing
like,
World2CH
videos
did
I've
that
seen go
outlasted it
way
entirely.
later. That's fucking whip. That whips. Brutus Magazine, thank you for $10. Gonna go lift weights as someone. Riverboat, Jack's Community, ask every stream. Fascist train today. Have you? I've done okay. I've done a little.
What
bit.
if that beach view they promised?
When Tachiro translated the 2-channel interface into English, he had to decide what to call the default anonymous username. In Japan, it was
punch out,
Nanashi,
Chowski.
nameless. He considered the options, and he went with anonymous. The Western internet ran with it. While all of this was happening in Japan, the Western internet was doing its own thing. And the Western internet, as it turns out, was also pretty messed up. In 1999, the same year Hiroyuki launched 2channel from his Arkansas apartment, a man named Richard Kiyanka launched a comedy website called Something Awful.
Oh,
If you haven't seen my other video, How Banning Hentai from a Comedy Forum Changed the World, I'd recommend checking that out. It covers a lot of the downstream story from here in a lot more detail than I think I can fit together. I would consider both of these videos companion pieces. Go and watch it after this. If there's any contradictions, I would say this video takes precedence. The short version is, Something Awful is one of the most influential websites on the Western internet. Kiyanka's username was Lotax, and his main talent, it turned out, was creating spaces he absolutely hated
That's rough for me,
managing.
I'm not gonna lie.
He also hated when his general bullshit subforum, the catch-all dumping ground for posts with no dedicated home, got flooded with one type of content. His solution, consistently, was to build a new subforum and silo the offenders into it rather than deal with them directly. Which is how he ended up with a subforum called ADTRW. ADTRW originally stood for Anime Death Tentacle Rape Whorehouse.
God damn.
While the acronym was eventually changed to Animated Drawings to replace Women, the original name...
Arguably, like, not as good anime drawings to... God. I just... GeoCities and it's... Oh, my boys Oh shit, I need to praise him because his zeal is lacking right now. All right, get back on your feet, buddy. There you go.
Name was never meant to be welcoming. It was meant to signal clearly, I think you're all weirdos with awful taste. And into that hole went the proto-weebs of the early internet. To post about anime girls, and because the internet in the early 2000s had a high tolerance for this sort of thing, a lot of hentai made up of increasingly questionable content.
It was funny. I think it was...
One of the people actively posting in ADTRW during this period was a 15-year-old student from New York. His name was Christopher Poole. You might know him as Moot. Lotax hated nuanced moderation. He hated it so much that eventually he stopped trying to manage the hentai.
All right, so Lotax should be noted that all anime fans are sickos.
Problem in
the only press ATDRW. The only press the forum that had anime rape in the title gets is bad press. Shocking. Shocking, buddy.
ADTRW with any kind of precision and declared
Baby
a complete
wrestling
and
is
total
on.
ban on hentai across the site. Gone. Post it and you're out. This kicked off what the community has come to call the pedocaust.
What are we doing here? I look over, Koa's right here. I look over and Koa sees these words on the fucking screen. And I just look over and she's just like, what? This is what I do to pay our bills.
I know.
How you doing?
I'm gonna grab a bomb.
Wait, what happened to dinner? Dinner. Oh, damn. Dinner's packing. Look at, oh, shit. That's right. That's right. Get the fuck out of here,
Is dinner your chow?
Nope. My chow's chai.
But so
Oh.
none of the other chows are not like your chows? You're fighting rival chows?
Yeah.
The Capulet chows?
Yeah, I'm not fucking with the, this is a Hatfield Chow Koi situation. We were talking Sem Vesper. Have you seen Obsession? Yeah, we did. I didn't care for it very much. We've talked about it. We talked about it actually earlier. Go see if you like good horror. I think the movie that for me is like ringing up the top of the charts right now is God Is. We just got back from seeing that.
Fantastic.
Well, we saw it a couple days ago, but yeah, fucking I'm shaving and watching between my legs.
Period of mass permanent bans
also
targeting
shaved my legs
people
today,
posting
so I
increasingly
get it.
illegal adjacent content. Some of the people were genuinely posting deeply concerning material.
Rare hentai hot action come here now was never gassed. It was archived. Jesus.
Some were just caught in the blast
250,000
radius.
views.
Either way, they were out.
I liked it. Let me say it's a good movie. I'm not gonna say Obsession is a bad movie. It's a movie I did not care for. Yeah, Ivan Against Cuisine. That's how you spell it. Just like honestly, just go fucking watch it. Like don't even look anything up. Just go into it.
And all of those banned users needed somewhere to go. Which brings us back to Moot. He'd already built them somewhere to land. On the 1st of October 2003, he
Happy
started a
won't know.
thread on
Oh, this
ADTRW announcing a
apple-headed
new site
motherfucker's
he'd
not gonna
built.
know
He'd
what
called it
hit him.
4chan.net. Initially just an anime image board for English speakers, the thing he and the rest of ADTRW had always wanted but never quite had. He'd taken Futaba Channel's open source and run the Japanese text through Alta Vista's Babelfish translator to make it English friendly. A scrappy job done quickly. Functional enough. Moot was already an active member of Raspberry Heaven, the Something Awful's adjacent file-sharing community that had become the off-site refuge of ADTRW's more dedicated users. He chose 4chan.
Yeah, this is all shit that I like. This is some great fucking investigating, honestly.
Chan's earliest moderators called janitors directly from that community. People he already knew. People who already understood what the space was supposed to be. The site...
Nehemia, thank you for $10. Can I get some advice on making videos? What software you use? How do you find B-roll footage? How do you write scripts? Also, I'd love to help out if you want to re-upload the anti-Semitism bit. I do at some point want to re-upload that. Oh, damn, I never got that emblem. Shit, okay, hell yeah. Let's go Chow Karate. Let's go Chow Karate. God, writing is something I think it's, you gotta throw yourself into it. Like that is something you only learn and improve at from doing it. I use CapCut and VideoPad. I have licenses for both, and they are fucking way cheaper than getting Adobe. So that's my number one. Don't fucking buy Adobe. You can do unless you are literally working for like a movie studio and working in like special effects, and you need actual professional standardized software because of, you know, you'll be getting packages that you need to make a certain way. Don't chill out for Adobe. It's fucking insanely expensive. I would say B-roll footage is another thing. Like, it depends on what the video is, but if it's, you know, if it's something to do with the news, I will look up Internet Archive. Used to be really good for that if you can get on, like, find any of the resources anymore. Yeah, just looking through YouTube, searching through old news footage. Like, if I'm looking for even today when I was doing I talk about like how the war on drugs started really with the Nixon administration in the 70s and stuff. So I'm just looking up like drug speeches from Nixon. You can Google that and eventually you'll come across something and find something.
It launched with a single image board. B. A direct descendant of Futaba's Nijura, a direct descendant of Ayashi Warado's Gesu board. The same no rules, no themes, anything goes philosophy that had defined the underground Japanese internet since 1995, but this time it was in English. Within its first week, the site had over 1 million hits across 9,000 unique sessions. Before the end of 2003, new boards were being added. H for hentai, C for cute anime, D for alternative hentai, Y for yaoi, A for general anime. A lolicon board called L was created.
I'm just saying, its effects have been fucking terrible for humanity overall. Terrible. All right, let's see if my boy Chaos can do it up real nice.
Immediately attracted genuinely illegal material, deleted, brought back briefly, and then quietly deleted for good. The server cost $500 a month within the first year, and Moot was a 15-year-old living with his mother, funding the whole thing.
You're gonna be wanting to keep that bag on.
So it's safe to say the launch did not go entirely smoothly.
Come get some.
Some of the World 2CH crowd were not happy about 4chan's existence. Their position was straightforward. They felt their entire idea had been ripped off, and they weren't quiet about it. The main instigator was a user called Menchi, who threatened to contact 4chan's ISP to get the whole site taken down for hosting lolicon content. The ISP was indeed contacted, and in February 2004, GoDaddy suspended the 4chan.net domain. Moot moved everything to 4chan.org, where the site remains to this day. It later emerged that Menchi was actually a user called Shi, who had by this point become a 4chan moderator himself, who had also been permanently banned from Something Awful after a 12-page thread in the subforum called FIAD, or Fuck You and Die subforum, targeted him personally, revealing what the documentation describes charitably as a cascade of pedophilic behavior. She was also a prolific Wikipedia administrator, over 21,000 edits, with notably very strong...
So there's a first 3?
No, it's 2channel. It's a whole thing. But no, there was before there was 4chan, there was 2channel. Or yeah, because 8channel spun off from 4chan.
So there's
opinions about the lolicon article specifically. Fork found in kitchen,
4chan
I guess.
first.
Moot later confirmed in a Reddit AMA that she was involved in developing World 4chan, a short-lived 2004 attempt to rebuild what World 2CH had been. It flopped and then was folded back into 4chan. But while we're here, one more name worth flagging from that original ADTRW announcement thread. Marshall Banana. Marshall is, not coincidentally, the person whose permaban from Something Awful is widely...
Was known for being an annoying pedophile gimmick, now known for being a permabanned pedo. Ugh.
Considered as the opening shot of the pedo course. At the time, he was a fixture of the ADTRW community, popular largely for his extensive hentai collection, which he shared freely with anyone who wanted.
I say elite ball knowledge.
The FIAD subforum dug through his personal server, found suspicious Xenogears hentai, handed it to Lotax, and he was removed in August 2004. Unfortunately, he was also one of the earliest moderators on 4chan. You can see him right here in the announcement thread, moderating C from the beginning. He was also, if you read these posts back, the person who had to be repeatedly told that C, the cute anime board, was not supposed to double as a lolicon board. His response to complaints about this material was essentially, deal with it. The man who helped moderate the earliest version of 4chan was the same man whose banning set off the wave of exiled users who made 4chan what it would eventually become. Again, if you want the full story on that, see the companion video. These are kind of meant to be watched together. It's now time to talk about the good times. Before the bad ones. A lot of people call it the golden age.
I can only fucking imagine what the golden age looks like for people like this. There's something actually spooky about Spooky's appearance.
Purdue Global at Purdue Global.
You know what? It's the colors. Oh no, Oh shit. Oh, Spooky's gonna whoop my ass.
Whether they're in the gym or anywhere else.
I think so.
With 30 grams of protein and tons of delicious flavors. Premier Protein
Chasm, you fucking dork, you fool.
From roughly 2005 through to 2011,
Spooky's
4chan was
wanking
what
on you.
most
Did you
who
see
were
that?
there
He
would
fucking
call
flexing
its
on you.
idealized peak, the golden age of 4chan. This is an era I'm nostalgic for when I talk about the old internet. Not because it was clean or safe or good, but I was a teenager.
Hit him with
Everyone is nostalgic
dude.
for what they experienced as a teenager.
This
I think
hurts
what
to
helped
watch.
was
My boy's
that for
getting
most
fucking
people,
worked
it
right
was
now.
new, exciting, genuinely chaotically alive in a way
There
that
you go.
almost
Get
nothing
him.
is on
Fucking
the
float
internet
like a
anymore.
bumblefly.
This is where Rickrolling came from. You know the bit, you click a link expecting something, you get Rick Astley. It started there. Lolcats, a simple format of a cat photo with misspelled impact text. I Can Has Cheeseburger originated in 4chan's culture and eventually became its own website, generating millions in revenue.
Come on,
Rage
buddy.
Comics,
Come on, buddy.
the
Ooh.
4-panel MS Paint strips your uncle shares on Facebook sometimes. You know the one. The ones with the troll face and the Forever Alone guy. All of it came from here, from anonymous users riffing on each other's drawings until a visual language emerged. Pepe the Frog in his original, completely non-political form.
Ooh.
These are more modern, but Wojaks are worth pointing out. Fields
they just
Guy
kick you back
started on a Polish image board called
That's
VJ,
rough. You
but
wanna see how
eventually
fast
spread
my
to
boy is, though?
4chan and then spread further. And then there's this. On June 22nd, 2007, at 1:40 in the morning, someone posted a single message to 4chan's X board, the paranormal board.
Let's
It
see
described
how he
a
does it. I'm gonna
concrete
see how
statue,
my guy does
humanoid.
at the beginner
It couldn't
race.
move while you were looking directly at it, but the moment
No,
you
no, no,
looked
wait,
away
just
or
wait,
blinked, it would close the distance
no,
and
just
it would
wait,
kill
just wait.
you. The post was called
Watch, it'll be done super
SCP-173. The author, later identified as Wesley Williams, posting as Moto42, expected it to be forgotten in the week. In fact, the thread was deleted 2 days
Look at
after it
all
was
these
posted.
demos.
What he didn't anticipate was that other users
They don't-
already
they don't
saved it
know
and were
what's
already
gonna
riffing
happen.
on it. They were asking what's out there, what are the other SCPs? What started as a single anonymous post that was supposed to just disappear became the SCP Foundation, now one of the largest collaborative fiction projects in history, with thousands of articles across dozens of languages. A massive creative universe built entirely on the back of something an, at the time, anonymous person posted at 1:40 in the morning and expected no one to remember. Anthony Fantano, one of the music critics of all time, built his early following on 4chan's Mew board. 4chan was one of the most creatively
Anthony Fantano, that's crazy.
fertile places
Man.
on the internet. The fact that things had to be good enough to survive on their own merits because there was no reputation attached to them meant you couldn't coast on your follow account or your previous work. Every post stood or fell by its own merits. But it was developing something darker alongside of that.
wild.
Raid
Love you,
culture
baby.
had existed since Hayashi Warado's Gesu board, but 4chan scaled that up. The concept is simple. Coordinate a large group of anonymous users to descend on a target simultaneously and cause maximum disruption. The most famous early example was the Great Habbo Hotel raid of July 2006. Habbo Hotel deserves its own video, but the short version is, imagine a children's virtual world, a pseudo-MMO, and rumors had been spreading on B that 4chan's moderators were racially profiling users, banning anyone with a dark-skinned avatar. Whether or not that was true, B decided to respond in the most B way imaginable. Thousands of users flooded the site simultaneously, all dressed as identical avatars, dark skin, enormous afros, black suits, forming human blockades around the entrance to the hotel's pool, declaring it closed, due to AIDS. It sounds completely stupid. It was stupid, but it also demonstrated something important. that you could coordinate thousands of anonymous people towards a single target through nothing more than a shared sense of chaos in a thread on B. There's no leadership or organization, just a post. And then a human wave. Fox News covered 4chan at this time, the segment becoming one of the most mock pieces of journalism in internet history. They called Anonymous the internet hate machine. They called them hackers on steroids. The coverage was so spectacularly wrong that 4chan treated it as a badge of honor and played clips of it for years. And then in January 2008, something happened that showed this coordination could point somewhere more interesting.
Oh boy.
The Church of Scientology tried to suppress a leaked video of Tom Cruise discussing his beliefs. They issued copyright claims, leaned on platforms trying to scrub it from the internet. 4chan noticed, and they decided to do something about it. What started as just a simple DDoS attack on the Church of Scientology evolved into something that had genuinely never quite happened before. Anonymous moved from the internet into the real world. People showing up to protest outside Scientology buildings in cities across the world. Carrying signs with 4chan memes on them, getting covered by mainstream news outlets who had absolutely no framework for understanding what they were looking at. They wore Guy Fawkes masks. Not initially for the political symbolism from V for Vendetta, but because the mask had been used on B for a character called Epic Fail Guy, whose entire joke was that he was a failure at everything in life. The political meaning came later, after footage of the London protests went viral and the masks looked genuinely striking on camera. Alan Moore, who wrote V for Vendetta, saw the footage and said it gave him a warm little glow. Project Chanology, as it's become known, was 4chan at its most genuinely activist. It brought real public attention to Scientology's more predatory practices. It also completely overwhelmed the site with a wave of new users who had entirely different ideas about what Anonymous was supposed to be. The old guard called them moral fags. People who wanted to actually accomplish something with all of this coordinated energy, rather than just doing it for the lulz. The tension between these two factions, chaos for its own sake versus chaos with a purpose, would define the next few years.
No, Steph is pretty my fucking
sifting
man.
through jobs that don't feel like the right
Chasm
fit.
is not a good swimmer.
Introducing Indeed Career Scout.
Let me see. I don't think I did all the things.
Find the job that's right for you.
Fuck off! Oh my god!
My video, you know, as cool as the collection. What about Subway?
By 2009, things had settled down into what some people would call the Silver Age. The rougher edges were being worn off slowly. Moot gave a TED Talk. The Time magazine poll happened, the one where 4chan users coordinated to vote him the most influential person in the world, rigging the votes so thoroughly that the first letters of the top 21 names spelt out a message containing 2 4chan memes. Time ran it anyway. 4chan had become somehow a legitimate cultural institution that people wrote academic papers about, that I'm writing this video about. There was the brony phenomenon, the My Little Pony fandom taking over 4chan to the point where Moot had to create a dedicated MLP board in 2012 just to contain it. No relation to my username. There was the He Will Not Divide Us flag capture, Shia LaBeouf putting up a livestream flag as an art project. 4chan users use flight patterns, star positions, and other open source intelligent techniques to locate and capture the flag, repeatedly, across multiple countries over the course of years. To me, it remains one of the most entertaining demonstrations of what organized anonymous people with nothing better to do can actually accomplish. But something was shifting on the site. In January 2012, Moot deleted New, the news board. His stated reason was that it had become so thoroughly racist that other users were calling it Stormfront, after the white nationalist website. He'd warned them repeatedly, and they did.
Brienne, maybe thank you for $5. South Carolina Team Blue Antifa Pro-Choice SJWs. Early voting begins May 26. Stop treasonous terrorist team racist Reds illegal gerrymandering. You heard it, South Carolina Team Blue. You heard it. Anybody in South Carolina, make sure you're ready to vote.
Didn't listen, so he closed it.
Happy day.
9 months later, in October 2012, he reopened it under a new name, Poll. If you'd like to learn about how that relates to Jeffrey Epstein, then I'm once again pointing you to my other video. What I can tell you is that from this point forward, 4chan starts its lurch to the right, slowly at first, and then all at once.
Garnet.
Pizzagate originated on Poll.
Looks like it might not
QAnon had direct traceable roots in Poll's culture.
Bravo needs bacon.
The God Emperor memes of 2016, the ones that framed a presidential candidate as Warhammer 40k's God Emperor of Mankind, came from Poll. and shaped how a portion of the electorate thought about that election. Moot could feel the rightward lurch happening, and he hated it. He had already watched Gamergate tear the site apart in 2014. When he banned Gamergate discussion from 4chan entirely in September of that year, the backlash was severe enough that it became part of why he stepped down. The whole crowd migrated to 8chan, a website created specifically for people who thought 4chan wasn't free enough. On December 21st, 2015, Moot announced he was stepping down as 4chan's administrator, citing the stresses of controversies like Gamergate. He'd been running the site since he was 15 years old. He did an 8-hour farewell livestream Q&A, announced the site had logged 42 billion page views and 1.7 billion total posts.
God damn.
And in September 2015, he revealed who he sold it to. Hiroyuki Nishimura, the founder of 2channel. The man who had started all of this from a college apartment in Arkansas in 1999. The very person that 4chan had grown from had come back to claim it.
Do the tree
and
thing.
Unfortunately, new ownership came with all the same problems.
Yeah, you gotta knock a tree thing down.
To understand why Hiroyuki's
What do they
ownership
call
of
that?
4chan
Fruit?
went the way it did, you need to understand what had happened to him. And that means understanding a strange guy called Jim Watkins. But also chimpanzees.
Oh, you fucking eating quick as
Observations from
shit.
the end of
Look
the
at my boy.
2010s have led researchers to
Let's
believe that
go.
chimpanzees can use tools spontaneously to solve a task, without needing to watch others first. Chimpanzees at Twycross
no,
in
you
England were
fucking
provided with a
moron!
container of
Oh!
water with pieces of floating food. The tested
Oh,
chimpanzees
oh.
successfully used sticks, and moreover, spontaneously showed the same applying action
Could have been a
pattern as their
varsity
wild
athlete.
cousins
Fuck.
did. Watkins spent 17 years in the United States Army,
stupid
and while he
chud
was still
son.
enlisted
I'm
in
so proud of
1998,
you. Oh,
created
you
a
fucking
Japanese
idiot.
pornography website called Asian Bikini Bar. The logic was identical to Hiroyuki's with 2channel. Host it in the United States,
can't.
circumvent Japan's censorship
Fucking
laws,
shit.
serve content that couldn't legally exist on Japanese servers. He later renamed the venture NT Technology. According to Watkins himself, the name was
I can't
specifically
fucking
chosen
believe
to
you
make
would do this to
pornography
me.
purchases less conspicuous on credit card statements. The NT stood for nothing. He left the army to focus on the business full-time, and by the time he was hosting 2channel servers, at least in 2004, he'd built a quiet but significant infrastructure empire
Didn't even
around the
podium.
edges of the
Didn't even
Japanese
pode.
internet. Hosting domain
No pode, bro?
registrations, adult content
What's the matter, bro?
distribution,
No pode?
all of it running through American servers to stay beyond the reach of Japanese law. Both
Shart City athlete. Yeah, more like. Alrighty, chap. My partner's home.
That's me.
I've got to download a fucking what's the word I'm looking for? Ad blocker.
You got bullied into it.
Ooh, I've gotten bullied into a lot of ad blocking over time. Let's go say hi to Overwatch. We could go watch Overwatch esports. Let's go raid. You know what? Let's go over to the Black Nerd Gaming. They are always a good time, usually really looking into a lot of the same stuff we do. Friend of the show, so go make sure you like, follow, help a streamer who's been working really hard to grow their base. And thank you all very much. Like I said, keep an eye out on the channel. I'm hoping to have that suffering video out on Monday. And right after I get off here, I'll be uploading the first 15 minutes to Patreon. So for, I think, like $2, you can go check it out tonight if you want. And thank you very much, and have a great rest of